Welcome to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. The game here is between the West Indies Academy and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and we're into day two. Let's look at the pitch report from day one with Kishav, and then the day two report with Dave Joseph.
Well, it's day one at the Antigua Recreation Grounds in this Cricket West Indies 2026 Championship clash between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the West Indies Academy. And we're here at the pitch, and I'm going to have a look at it. As we can see, this is traditionally a strong batting wicket, and both of the teams decided that they would have liked to bat first. But when you look at the pitch, you can see that there's a bit of extra moisture due to the fact that they wanted to have the pitch intact for 4 days. They put a bit more wetting during the previous day, so you can see just some darker spots. However, a lot of grass is also rolled into the pitch. So what it means is that this first hour is very crucial with the sun baking down to see how the pitch will flatten out. Both of the teams anticipate that it will continue to be a good batting wicket once the sun does what it has to, and all of the grass that's rolled in will come to the surface thereafter. And as you can see, there are some patches here where the cracks have been smoothened out, but over the course of the next few days those cracks may come into play. So for day one, it looks to be a very interesting pitch indeed, and we're ready for the action here at the ARG.
Welcome to the second day of the match. Guyana Harpy Eagles versus West Indies Academy. Yesterday the pitch played pretty well. We got two guys getting centuries, brilliant knocks by two young guys from the West Indies Academy. And we'll have a look today at the pitch report for today, the second day of the game. So we have a bit of rough area around here. I think this is going to come into play for the spinners in the second innings. It's getting a bit rough right around here where the left-handers are going to have some trouble here. And we see a tinge of grass, but this is very short here as we go down the track here. And it's been a very flat surface from the first day. It looks to be a very good batting wicket still, so we're expecting to see a lot of runs being scored on this track.
And what is happening here, it has been an outstanding day one, and now we're entering in day two. The players are about to go in. Dave Joseph is beside me, and I am Seth Burton, and we're delighted. It is a picture in which, Dave, the West Indies Academy amassed 423 runs for 6 wickets. In fact, the highlight of the day's play yesterday would have been an excellent 254 run partnership for the 7th wicket, and it's unbroken between two youngsters, Rivaldo Clark and Amari Goodrich. Your thoughts?
Good morning, Seth. Happy to be alongside you once again. And it's an excellent day for cricket again. And as you said, we had 2 very good innings yesterday being played by 2 youngsters from the West Indies Academy. They batted beautifully. One is on 165 and the other one is 109. And they're looking well set. Yes. So looking forward to having a good day today, Seth.
Well, I'm sure, and our listeners, we bid you welcome, whether you're in the country of Guyana, South America, or whether you are along the isles of the Caribbean Sea, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica, Antigua, Barbuda, from which we bring you coverage, St. Kitts and Nevis, Anguilla, Montserrat, the Virgin Islands, United States and British Virgin Islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica. If you're in Carriacou or Petit Martinique, or even you're in Curacao, we bid you welcome. And if you're beyond the boundaries of what we would call the traditional Caribbean, you're in the Bahamas, the Cayman Islands, whether you're in the United States, the United Kingdom, the country, the continent of Africa, wherever you are. If you're in Europe, in Japan, in Asia, we welcome you from the Antigua Recreation Grounds, and it's really a lovely day for cricket. And it's a youngster, Thaddeus Lovell, who will pick up the attack, and he will be bowling to the man who is unbeaten on 109, Amari Goodrich. First delivery seaming away, but pitching wide, Dave Joseph. Wide signal by umpire Geese.
It's lovely to see. Set the delivery hitting and seaming away. Yesterday we saw most of the deliveries from Lovell coming back into the batsman, the right-handers. And straight away this morning we are seeing this nice outswinger from him. So he has a lovely breeze to support him with that set. So let's hope he can, get it right, line it up, and go from there.
Goodrich maybe looking seriously to go on. I'm very clear from our interview yesterday, Dave. Young Rivaldo Clark, he is looking forward to push on as many runs as he can get. So he did, post-game interview, he was very clear that his objective is to bat as long as he can. If he has to get 200, let it be. And
that should be the option set, get these youngsters to, get in this frame of mind of batting for long periods and, scoring big centuries and, even getting on to double centuries. So Clark will be looking forward to getting a double century, I hope.
Well, that has to be the focus.
He's well poised to go.
Lovell, on the other hand, he'll be looking to take these 4 wickets that Happy Eagles would need before they bat. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery.
Lovely stuff.
He got that one full length delivery, and it did beat Alleridge, who was induced into a drive. The ball shaped in, and he had a little bit of reverse, I thought, coming in, yes, and then leaving
Left
him.
the batsman.
He has something in his
you spoke about expressing themselves yesterday. Said I didn't think he was given an opportunity to, based on the plan that the Guyana Happy Eagles employed yesterday, bowling short and then bowling the balls coming back at the batsman. So it was a one-chuck stuff yesterday, but today looks different.
This time he has at least the support in the field, the 2 slips and the gully. He has a point, a cover, mid-off, all conventional fielders, and then you have Van Lang at mid-wicket, and Niall Smith, senior pro who started yesterday. He's on the fine leg boundary. Not a good one from Lovell. That's a Yorker.
Yeah, he's had a very good start for the morning. Said he has bowled quite a few, good deliveries to start his spell for today.
He might have been saying to the captain, why didn't I start yesterday after Niall Smith came from that top end?
Yeah, well, I think he'd be disappointed not to have, gotten the new ball yesterday. And as you said, there's a new ball due to set, so...
Yes, it is. We didn't see any indication this morning.
Shot.
Oh, that's 4.
Shot.
That's 4. It was well played by Goodrich, but it also went through Ransamy, who was there at cover, but it was well struck, and I don't think he lined up as he ought to. Not a bad delivery, plays it nicely, and then in a flash it went past him. Good way to open up the account in the morning. The first over getting 4 runs, and Amari Goodrich has gotten off to a good start. Nevertheless, your thoughts on the over prior?
Yeah, it was a pretty decent over, apart from that last delivery that actually stood up from Lovell to Goodrich, who stroked it beautifully through the covers of 4. Very good start by Goodrich. Adding to his account from yesterday.
And Niall Smith, he's the one who is about to pick up the attack from where he started yesterday, picking it up from the pavilion end. So yesterday he had 13 overs, 1 maiden none for 39. Down the leg side, attempted pull by Rivaldo Clark. Missed it. Looked as though it was close to that glove.
Yeah, I would think, Seth, if Guyana was going to start with the 2 seamers this morning, I'd rather see them taking a new ball.
So I'm going to...
I would want to think that Smith is happier bowling to the right-handers too, based on what I saw in the last game against the Windward Islands.
Yes, and the players would have already been warmed up, so they don't need a few warm-up deliveries. Clark gets off the mark this morning, adding 1 to his overnight 165. Good return there from Kevlon Anderson. In fact, it's not Kevlon Anderson, it's Lovell at backward of square, so only a single. So Clark was overnight on 165, and a knock yesterday that included 24s and 5-6s, in which he faced 213 balls, while Amari Goodrich was on 109, 9 4s and 3 6s. Goodrich has since added 4 in the first over. Clark has added 1, and now it's Goodrich who is fielding. Ransamy has been brought into a position forward of the square leg umpire. The 2 slips are waiting, and the gully, the backward point, the cover, and the mid off. That had good bounce on it. As tall as Ridge was, he had 2.
Yeah, he made a point that they should have, probably started with a new ball set. But I'm thinking that the ball has been changed so many times yesterday. Maybe this is a pretty decent ball. It looks pretty hard based on the bounce I see Smith's getting here. Yeah, that delivery had extra bounce on it. So let's see how Smith, progressed today. He looked pretty out of sorts yesterday, being bowling to left and right hand combination, but he has 2 right-handers today, so let's see what happens.
Down the leg side once again. We've seen the first delivery to Clark was down the leg side. The second to him was down the leg side. He got a single. The first one to Goodrich was a good one jumping, and that ball caused me to go to inquire of the match referee, because we didn't have a signal this morning regarding the new ball, but I realized the difference in terms of how the ball has been moving, and I just had confirmation that they took the new ball this morning. They didn't really provide us with that signal, but nevertheless it has been confirmed. So the new ball is in its second over, and this is the second over of the morning. This gives both batters an opportunity to be facing on a new day with a new ball. So they must be in the posture of open batters. It's a new day now. It's the new ball. It may be a stale pitch.
They'll never be open batters batting at number 6 and 7.
Well, you never know.
No. They're batting against a new ball, but not open batters.
But they're facing on a new day.
Yeah, it's a different scenario totally.
Middle of the pitch, you see some grass. Your pitch report would have revealed, I'm sure, that there's some tinge of grass. Down the leg side again. He sprained the new ball around. Niall Smith. His over has been completed 429 for 6 after 93 overs. The 2 overs for the morning, we have seen 6 runs being scored so far, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, not a bad start by the guy in his attack. I think Smith, he's looking for that option for the in-docker coming back to these batters. He's very aware that he cannot bowl too wide. They're going to be going through the cover, so he's trying to come back into them and keep them cramped.
But it would be interesting to see how Lovell approaches this over, because in the first over we saw him bowling a much fuller length. One Yorker was dead on middle, and Aldrich had to really do some quick defensive action. Another was a beauty. The previous delivery beat him all ends up. So he's getting movements. Yesterday he showed that he has deceptive pace from a relatively short run. I did inquire about Isaiah Torn, learned that he had to leave the squad because of injury. So it's good to see another fast bowler, young fast bowler, taking up his place. We also saw Van Lang yesterday. Again, was not given the initial chance to express himself the way I would have liked. He came in when it was ultra defensive tactic because the batters were dominating. But you can see they're both strongly built. young medium fast bowlers can add pace, so I think in the right environment we'll be happy to see. Clark pulling this one down. Van Lang not stopping with the boot, and they have gotten 2 runs quite comfortably.
Yeah, 2 easy runs into the mid-wicket region. Van Lang, as I said, bit sluggish, maybe have tired legs from yesterday's set, been in the field all day yesterday.
Well, that's part of it.
Yeah, well, you'll have to learn.
It's not the limited overs game now. This is first class cricket. Continues to get the ball to shape away.
Yeah, he's getting quite a bit of movement. He needs just to get it a bit closer, forcing the batsman to play. You'd want to make good use of the new ball he set this morning very early. At least if you can, break this partnership and make some inroads down into the rest of the tail.
Glances and gets 4. He's very good at that, allowing the ball to come to him, whether it is on the off or on the onside, whether he's going to dab it down to third man or whether he's going to flick it down to fine leg. He allows the ball to come and uses the pace well, has very good eyes as a young batter, and as you have been saying, Dave Joseph, has excellent balance, so he can transfer from the front to the back
foot, yeah.
Quite adept young player. You see that early, what we sometimes call trigger movement. Sometimes he chips a course. You don't know what he's going to do, but he knows what he's doing. That is for sure. The over has come to an end. Over number 3, 435 for 6.
Yeah, another decent over by Lovell. At least he's keeping the batsman on the check. Only 2 runs from that over. But I just think he needs to get a little bit closer to the stumps and present that delivery that the batsman is being drawn into a forward motion and looking to play. With the ball leaving him, he should be in good business going down to the slips.
Well, since Nathan Edward departed yesterday in the 37th over, the Guyanese are yet to see a wicket. That's a short one. That signal wide by umpire Brathwaite. Definitely a wide. Striving for the extra pace, but it was too short, Dave.
Yeah, well, I think there's a ploy to bowl to Goodrich, short. I think they've worked out a plan based on what we've seen yesterday, that he's a bit suspect around the short ball, with the short ball.
So, it has been hard toil for the Harpy Eagles. They have used up 8 bowlers, but we have not yet seen Chandra Paul with the ball. Oh, that's a good delivery. But he defended it well, got on the toes, and tapped it back down in the offside.
Yeah, it's another short ball again, which Goodrich was equal to the task this time. Getting up, standing tall, and just defending it.
So only Chandra Paul and Nandu didn't get a chance to bowl.
And the wicket keeper.
Well,
they said you've seen wicket keepers taking out their pads and bowling.
And that's very rare, one in perhaps 1,000 games.
Yeah.
But he may well think that this opening pair should be able to break up that partnership. Oh, that's a better bouncer. Not perfect, but at least it went down the leg side, but was over the shoulder, left shoulder of Goodrich. Sorry. But you see now, Rivaldo Clark is coming in to have a word with him.
Yeah, that's a good thing, keep your teammates going, Keep having a chat with him, let him know what you're seeing from the non-strikers end. sometimes just to give him a bit of confidence, let him know, you can get the job done. We see a slight change in the field. The man from in front of square is being brought behind square now, so they're definitely looking to attack him with the short ball.
Short and down the leg side. Second one above the shoulder signal by umpire Brathwaite. But that was not one that was troubling him, not as close to the batter as was the previous delivery. So the ploy to attack him with short pitch delivery have not quite worked, because the level of accuracy that is required to take a wicket has not been there.
Yeah, for what we have seen for the morning set, I think they should be looking to bowl a bit fuller. We have seen that movement from this new ball, both from Lovell and Smith.
This one is wide outside the off stump.
We've seen the movement set. He's actually hit the pitch on the left. So his captain is going to have a word with him now. So let's hope they can get it right, get it organized.
Yes, the captain runs all along to have a chat with Niall Smith, Tevin Imlach. He has been there, he has done that, he knows the trick as a captain, has his focus right, and he jogs back down. Looks to be a fit man, because he has been behind the stumps for all of 95 overs. He has done some good things. Wrapped on the pad, loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. I reckon it was going down there.
Yeah, it looks pretty much like it was sliding down leg, but that's the sort of length you'd want to bowl. You just need to bowl a little bit more outside off stump.
Definitely heading down leg. Yeah. But you're right, you just said it. Bowl a fuller length.
Yeah, you need
and that fuller length, almost brought some success, or at least created some anxiety for Amari Goodrich.
It's not a bad ploy to bowl him short, really. But I'll put the man behind square back on the boundary. Let him keep thinking that I'm going to bowl him short.
And that's the point, because you mix the short with the full.
Yeah, the mix. You don't want to be predictable, being predominantly short.
So 1 run coming from that over. Partnership continues to motor on. These two really have kept things in good stride here. Partnership worth 267. You see the eastern side of the Antigua Recreation Grounds. On that side used to be the school children pavilion. I watched quite a bit of the test matches from there, but now I've become a man. I put away childish things. Driven just in front of the wicket keeper. I'm not quite sure if he got an edge. The second time we're seeing loose drives outside the off stump from that delivery that is swinging once it's pitched full, and that may well be the secret this morning.
Yeah, that's the length you want to look to bowl. Just pull it back a bit, and then you should be in good business. The line too was very spot on with this last delivery from Lovell. He's a bit closer to the stump, drawing the batsman into that shot.
This time, back of the length, changing the length, and Rivaldo Clark was not in full command. Played it down into the onside, looked to play it in the offside. So we're seeing a different Lovell. Lovell who has come from the southern end. Usually the fast bowlers prefer running off the top, the pavilion end from which Niall Smith is bowling. But Lovell likes the work. And I think, as I said, not to give him excuse, but yesterday he came in when the batters were already entrenched and fully set. This time he drives between the slip and the gully, in the air, out towards the boundary for 4. He was not in full control. Rivaldo Clark, he was driving, and the ball came off the edge, and Lovell is onto something this morning.
Yeah, this is as I just said earlier, this is the length you're looking to bowl and the line. He has got good indication that the ball is, seaming. It looks to be swinging in the air to and then seaming after it hits the pitch. So that's a very good thing for Lovell. I would look to strengthen the slip cordon, and hoping that we could make a break here. Even opening up cover for him to drive more, because the ball is definitely moving. Here we go.
Good bowling on the part of Thaddeus Lovell, 21-year-old young Guyanese pacer. Looks strong, Dave Joseph says. He reminds him of Lyndon Joseph, who would have had quite a good showing for the Guyanese in regional cricket. Also got onto the West Indies team. Like some players did not stick around for long. Lovell has a future if he can continue to develop. This one is bang on target. So we're seeing a different guy. But at least you spotted the talent yesterday.
Yeah, it's expression day today for him. He's expressing himself a bit more than yesterday.
And that's important. It's a new day.
Yeah, yesterday was more of a one-track stuff based on the plans the Guyanese Happy Eagles had.
The Guyanese persisted with spin. Apart from Niall Smith bowling 5 overs at the start, it was all spin up to. This is not a bad delivery, but well played, well undriven by Rivaldo Clark. It was full length, full pitch, on the stumps, angling down, and he rolled the wrist on it. But still, I think a good contest developing, and Rivaldo Clark ending that over on 180. He has added 15 so far. For the morning, it is all fours, 4-4-4 for 6.
Yeah, as I said, it's going to be a patience game. Lovell's got to learn to be patient. I mean, he's getting the ball to move. You've got just to hang around in that area for some time and you will get results. You have seen the ball moving. You have seen one edge being taken. So it's
started well. It was in fact between middle and leg.
Yeah, it's
sliding down, but good. I mean, we can say all what we want, but this guy, Rivaldo Clark, is a special player. He's not one who is going to be just rash. Last night he went in after struggles with cramps and comes back revived. But it's Ari driving, not quite in command. The new ball coming on a bit quicker this morning. You're seeing something different, Dave?
Well, I think Smith to me looks a bit freer today. Yesterday it looks like he was struggling with his run-up and that kind of stuff. Because I don't know if it was, as I maybe alluded to, the left and right hand combination, he never got a chance to settle. But today he's just in that nice little rhythm and nice little mode. He's got 2 right-handers to bowl to, which makes it easier for him.
Good delivery. That one was short, but it was coming in. And cramped Goodrich on the crease. So a good display so far this morning. Both good contests between bat and ball. Really good to see the youngsters. The youngsters are saying that we're ready for the big times.
Change of feel, I thought that much.
Ransami has been sent down to the long leg boundary.
The backward square, the backward square.
Yes, and Lovell is on the long leg boundary. So, this one, well steered. He just allowed it to come. Opened the face of the bat down to backward point. 4 runs. So he's not concerned about the deep backward of square and the long leg. He's concerned about playing the strokes when the balls come.
Yeah, I think just now captain actually pushed back the man and the deep backward square boundary. I don't think that the bowler was aware of that.
Why would the bowler not be aware?
Well, I think that the captain should have drawn it to his attention, of the plan that he's looking to execute.
Perhaps he wasn't ready for the short one as yet. driven. Van Lang puts body in the way. Didn't field it cleanly, but had his whole body behind of it, so only a single.
Yeah, that's good stuff by Van Lan. He's a big guy. He had a long way down to go.
And he did that well, the 19-year-old medium fast bowler. So Goodrich.
Are we going to see the same ploy tactic for the young Clark? He's attacking him with the short balls.
Oh, tries to hook. It's in the air. Two men encroaching. Catch taken by Lovell. The plan has worked. Niall Smith strikes. After a long innings of 180, Rivaldo Clark goes. An exceptional knock, but he was well set up by this ploy. The new ball has worked. Niall Smith has worked. After adding 15 runs to his overnight 165, Rivaldo Clark, the captain of the West Indies Academy, departs, and he departs via a catch by Lovell, who really ran in and ensured that it was covered. A good breakthrough for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Like to say, a very, good knock by young Clark.
Excellent knock.
Yeah, he really stuck to the guns yesterday and keep the Guyanese Happy Eagles bowlers out for a long time.
A partnership of 280 finally been broken by Niall Smith, and he would have done that in the 5th over of the morning. You mentioned he may have missed the trick earlier, but we see him running in still rhythmic flow. Short delivery, and Clark was about to hook that one. It came onto him a bit quicker than he thought, and it took perhaps the shoulder of the bat and ballooned in the air.
Yeah, I don't think it made the height that he was looking for the delivery to make. But he still, however, went through with the shot, and he was... Seems like more of a top edge.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, and then was caught by Lovell down on the deep fine leg boundary.
And it did swing in a bit.
Yeah, a good catch by Lovell though.
Yes, he had to run in a long way.
Yeah.
Wicket keeper, Captain Imlach, was running back, but Lovell having the confidence running in. And you recognize they had two fielders backward of square on the boundary, and that was part of the plan. And now that the wicket has gone, only one remains out on the boundary. So it is 3 slips now. Enforcement here as the new batter comes in. Smith. Zishan Matara, the new batter, and Niall Smith spearing him a bit. It's a bit overcast, but it's not threatening. There is no threatening weather, Dave. Yesterday we lost 7 minutes, but you can't even say lost 7 minutes because we had enough overs remaining that we were able to get in 91
enough time
at the end of the day. Enough time. So you look at this cloud cover, it is good, cool cloud cover for the fielding team, but it's not threatening clouds around.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty cool to start, but it looks like we're seeing blue skies in the east. So this will eventually pass. It looks like the cloud will blow over and then you get sunlight coming through. Lovely to continue. Sharp.
He drives elegantly, and this man is really
Sweet stuff.
on fire.
Yeah, Goodrich has been, playing some lovely shots, both off the back foot and the front foot. And you've got to be spot on with the length that you're going to bowl to him.
Well, it was inviting because Lover had him under a bit of pressure with a few full-length deliveries. Also, he had Rivaldo Clark in that vein. That one was not pitched up as much, a little back of the length. He didn't get the swing.
Well,
But he had the full flow of the bat, and he stretched out to meet it.
Yeah, bear in mind, the The lengths have got to be different. There are two different batsmen.
And two
One
different
shorter.
That's right.
So the length has got to be different. So Lovelow's got to work that out.
That's part of it. To realize the difference. Driven back, oh, so straight that the middle stump at the non-striker's end was totally dislodged, rooted out.
Yeah, that's why we seen him doing that. Saw him doing that since yesterday's set. He's playing real straight. That's what you call playing straight.
Can't get it straighter than that.
Straighter than that. Caused him to miss at least 4 runs, I believe.
Robbed himself. Umpire O'Geese was looking to move out of the way. And he looks as though he wants to continue with a long inning. Started this morning on 109. Just lost his partner Rivaldo Clark and his captain after a partnership of 280. And he has added 14 runs to his overnight. So it was a Barbadian pair of Goodrich, Amari Goodrich, and his captain Rivaldo Clark that really got the West Indies Academy into this game. They came together with the score on 169 for 6 yesterday. Oh, this one is straight driven as well from Motara. And that pair, they batted. They know each other well. I think sometimes team chemistry becomes important. Players knowing each other, playing together.
Yeah, that's a good thing when you know your partner. Makes it easier. Running between the wicket, all that kind of stuff becomes, automatic.
Motara gets off the mark. This would definitely give Goodrich the standing as an all-rounder of some note. He is on 123 from 184 balls. And he has made a statement, batting in the shadows of Rivaldo Clark, who has been the leader of the team, not just with the bat, but is actually the captain of the team. So it would be interesting to see how far can Goodrich go. That depends, Dave, on the support he gets from Motara and the rest of the tail.
Yeah, he will definitely need some support.
Oh, that one was quick on him and he jumped. Got the bottom of the bat. Showing Smith now is really charging in after that wicket.
He's gotten some energy, gotten some boost from that wicket he's gotten there.
450, 455.
Some pressure looking to be added. He's going to be introducing a short leg.
Well, you see the helmet coming on, and Chandapal is not going to put it on. Moti brings it for Ramsamy, who is on debut. Both Ramsamy and Van Lan being the debutants here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Their first class debut, playing amongst experienced players. Lover also having the opportunity of playing. He has had a couple of first class games prior. That was a quick one. He played it out backward of the square leg umpire, so he gets a single. Smith definitely what we call pulling the choke, stepping up with his level of pace.
Well, you need to keep going set, keep bowling that level of pace and even quicker. Keep making inroads and, getting into the young academy team batting lineup. I don't think there are going to be any declarations, it looks like. So you need to bowl them out. So you need to pull the choke. Ooh.
Fish is outside. The off stump is given out.
Ooh.
He goes. So Niall Smith not only breaking that partnership, but coming back and removing both the Centurions. Amari Goodrich goes caught behind. Imlek is happy. Niall Smith is happy. And Goodrich is not so happy because his bottom edge was taken off.
Yeah, that delivery actually left Goodrich slightly. And as I said, that's the length you want to look to bowl. You can't bowl all short deliveries. You got to keep that element of surprise.
Oh, it came back a long way back, and he was
Outside
stretching.
edge, yeah.
Yes, I didn't believe. Pitch there. Yes,
yeah.
slightly.
Yeah.
And I thought he was just playing for bat. No movement of the feet on that, but he has had a wonderful innings, an excellent innings from the young Barbadian.
Yeah, that's what happened when you have the man back. He's tending to look for the short ball setting. He's going to be late and coming forward. So the short ball plan worked. Not getting out with the short ball, but being late coming forward. You induce that error. But nevertheless, well played century by young Goodrich.
Good bowling on the part of Niall Smith.
Experience.
And he has changed the fortunes somewhat for the Guyanese. He now has 2 for 47. And the new ball has worked. It's working. So Amari Goodrich 123 from 185 balls, 12 fours and 3 sixes. And this time not in command. Oh, Smith gets another one, but this time he parries it over the slips. One bounce into the boundary for 4. It is a strange ploy because the previous one, he was set up by a good short one. Played it back to the right of the bowl. On this occasion, he was not in control. Dave Joseph got a top edge which he parried over the slips for 4. Nevertheless, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, it's 4 runs added to the tally. I think that he'll be telling you that he played an uppercut there.
Well, he could tell me that.
Oh, ramp shot.
But he didn't convince Niall Smith of that. Smith looks at him. Smith is saying, lucky you, my friend. But that's part of the game. But it's Smith to Smith. Renico faces Niall. I'm not quite sure where the relation lies. Gets one coming into him.
Look at that.
Oh, stands on it. And Matara is in trouble. Had it been a direct hit from Moti,
4 overtures.
he would have gone, but Moti in his Lang could have stopped it. So 4 runs being credited to Smith, and Smith moves on to 8. The score is moving on, but all sort of dramas we have had, all sorts of scenarios in over number 99. We could have had a second wicket. We could have had a third, had a run out. But now it's the last delivery being one in which they were attempting a single. In fact, not attempting a single. Matara was attempting a single, which Smith was not interested in, and then the overthrow. Quite a mixed over.
Yeah, I think Matara wanted a single, but Smith did not. And a little bit of mishap, but it resulted in 4 overtures. So Smith gets 4 added to his tally.
So Smith is on 8. But it's Matara who is going to face. Lover has gotten some support. He has 3 slips now. And the gully. Oh, wow. As I said that, they have taken out the 3rd slip. And they have placed Lock North in a short extra cover position. Driven on the bounce. So it's good to see that the law order still looking quite equipped to middle it. Zishan Matara and Renika Smith, they would need to see if they can build a partnership. Certainly it wouldn't be as monumental as what we saw from Ivaldo Clark and Amari Goodrich. Gets a Yorker, digs it out. Good skill from the bowler, good skill from the batter, Dave.
Yeah, good cricket. Set.
Certainly good cricket.
Young Love is actually expressing himself. He has showed us quite a bit of stuff this morning. He's gotten the ball to go away, leaving the right-handers. They've gotten the ball to seam in, and you see him going for the Yorker quite a few times. So he has some sort of depth about him and wit.
Well, let's see what Renika Smith does with him. Smith looks to be enterprising. Wants to get along with it. Gets it full. Off the outer edge, the bottom edge of the bat. 4 runs. Fortune favors the Brave. Dave, he has been getting the 4s through the slips. 1 over and 1 along the ground through. This was a full delivery. He was driving at it and the ball took the bottom edge of the bat and went between the 2nd slip and the gully. He has gotten his 2nd 4.
Yeah, Smith will be happy. At least another 4 runs being added to his tally.
And 4-2 the academy team. 469 for 8. We're in the 100th over of the innings. Oh, this time good skill level. It was a Yorker length and he was able to get his bat onto it between both legs and down to backward square, getting 2 runs. So Smith looks like the kind of player who likes to get on with it.
Well, I think Lovell has been, plugging away, thinking that he could probably get him out being Yorked really, and he's striving for that. Quite a bit of change in the field. See a man being pushed back on the pine boundary. Ooh.
Down the leg side, beats wicket keeper Imlach. Got a glove onto it, couldn't stop it. And by signal by umpire Ogis. So they're pushing along the score. They have already added 48 runs from the overnight position of 423 for 6. They have lost 2 wickets in the process. So in fact, 49 runs after that bye. Driven back to the bowler, takes a catch. Lover gets among the wicket. He will be happy because he has been toiling away, plugging away this morning, Dave Joseph, and it's good to see a fast bowler taking a ball and caught low.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. I think that was struck pretty firm, and he went down and came up with it.
So
this guy is a bit of a special guy here. I can tell you that much.
His first class wicket, he will be happy. Will be excited about that. He would remember that it was Zishan Matara at the Antigua Recreation Ground, caught and bowled for 3. And I think he would look back in history. God's spare life and his health remains good. Look at him, just flowing in. On stumps, driven back, low down to the left. Lover comes up with an astonishing bowl and caught. And the Pacers have done the job this morning with the new ball, taking 3 wickets. Lover having his first. Smooth run up, good delivery stride, well pitched delivery, taking the bowl and caught catch. He's happy. The Guyana Happy Eagles, they are happy. And it is 472 for 9. And with 1 In fact, at the end of 100 overs, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff on behalf of Lovely. I mean, he was toiling all morning, and he ended up getting the reward. Caught on board, which was a brilliant catch.
So it has been a happy Eagles morning, taking 3 for 49 so far for the morning. Has been a long time in the field for them when the West Indies Academy won the toss yesterday morning and decided to bat. They thought they had things on the check. They were taking wickets regularly, 1 for 26, 1 for 2 for 84, 3 for 95, 4 for 101, 5 for 148, 6 for 169. But after that, it took them a partnership of 280 before they could have taken a wicket. Oh, this one kept a bit low. Smith was equal to the toss. That's Renico. Niall Smith, the bowler. Have you had a Joseph to Joseph, Lindell Joseph to Dave Joseph? Have you had that encounter?
I'm not sure at some point, but I can't really remember, being
So you don't remember no Joseph to Joseph?
No, not really.
So you'd have to go back to play Alzari Joseph to Dave Joseph?
No, I don't think so. Sorry about that.
This morning we saw Alzari Joseph warming up with the academy team. Looks in full flight. Looks good. Was bowling at good pace. Driven, but multi-fields. And Alzari was here the previous game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and he was mentoring one of your prodigies, Kelvin Pittman. And I like what I saw. And this morning while he was warming up, Pittman was side by side. So it's good to see that transition.
Yeah, rubbing shoulders with the senior pro.
Yes, and
That's a good thing.
With Alzari, it's a very sentimental matter for me. Young Lovell could be one of the future stars as well. Pulled away. Oh, but Lovell, again, he's into action. Speak of him, he's there. Can't keep him out of the game. Stop what could have been a 4. So he looks to be a good fielder, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a bit of special, guy. He's fielded well. He has bowled well this morning.
Did bowl well,
yeah,
really.
You see quite a bit of, good stuff coming out of him. Getting the ball to move, seam away, seam back in. And, yesterday we saw him bowl with a bit of pace. Today he's been on the control side.
No, it's a combination of him and Niall Smith with the new ball taken this morning after 91 overs. Those 10 overs have been bowled with the seamers. Those 10 overs, 50 runs coming up so far for the morning. 3 wickets down. Renico Smith getting a single.
That's Pittman now.
And Kelvin Pittman, in fact. How did I miss him? Pittman joining the fray. Pittman is also a relatively decent batter.
Yeah, well, I've seen him, in action. He plays pretty decent. I think he likes his batting too. He relishes the situation of, getting out there and trying to show his skills.
And for reference, Pittman played with the Leewards Hurricanes the last 2 games. Had his best figures, in fact, had a 6-4. And Niall Smith. Oh, a good bouncer. Renico got on top of it, but sort of played it with the bottom edge of the bat, horizontal bat. But he's a tall guy, so he can handle those. But he seems to shape up well, seems to be that confident, fearless character. Similar stature, I would say, to Amari Goodrich.
Yeah, he has some decent height set.
Edges over gully for 4. He's a man living a charmed life, Dave Joseph. Likes to edge through slip or over slip and gully. This time, he gets a 4. He looks at the edge of the bat.
Yeah, well, he's
Smith again outside the off stump, coming back in.
Long, living in some dangerous waters.
Yes, living dangerously, but enjoying a high reward for the risk that he has taken, and over comes to an end. He will be talking with Pittman. I believe the plan may be to get as many as they can. Dave?
Yeah, I'm just interested in watching a little, discussion on the field here. Anderson having a chat with the Pittman and Smith. Like he's trying to get into the heads because he knows he's going to be batting soon. So he's like he's getting into the bowler's head already. The West Indies Academy bowler's head.
Well,
just watching it just now.
They say bowlers have no friend. Lover will tell you that. He's worked down to fine leg Niles Smith fields and there is no run. So bowlers, I remember there was a particular captain who used to say, don't talk to them. Don't have anything to say. When the game is over, you have your time.
Yeah.
They must know that you mean business.
Let the ball and the bat do talking.
Well, you're a former captain, so you will say that. So the Pacers may just be using this as good warm-ups. Because you have Smith, you have Pittman, you have Goodrich, who really batted long. So
strengthening of the slip cord. You see 3 slips now on a gully.
Driven, another 4.
Looks like 6.
Wow! 4 runs, yes.
4.
But what a shot! Renika Smith shows his worth and his value. Steps back and then he goes for a lofted drive over point into the boundary for 4. Score moves to 485 for 9.
Ooh.
This time he will be taken by Niles Smith on the boundary. Lovell gets his 2nd wicket to end the innings. Renika Smith caught for 25 and the innings has come to an end. The West Indies Academy winning the toss yesterday and batting first. The inning ends with this shot. It could have gone to the boundary, but Niles Smith was well placed, takes the catch, and Dave Joseph, innings coming to an end. An excellent performance by the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, very good batting performance by the Academy. I think they'll be happy with that total, 485, and they'll be looking to come out and have a decent bowler, these Guyanese batsmen.
So 485 from 101.3 overs. That's the way it ended. Really, it was in fact an interesting shot. Very.
It looked a pretty decent shot, but the fielder was in his rightful place to take a catch.
So this morning, just to note, 10.3 overs completed for the morning, and then the batters, they were able to amass 62 runs for the morning. The dramatic situation, we were overnight on 423 for 6 with the captain Rivaldo Clark on 165 and Goodrich on 109, and then they both departed. The rest of the tail fell apart. At the end of the day, 485 all out from 103 overs. We will have a break for the next 10 minutes and then you will rejoin us for the start of the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings.
Well, welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Ground. You're going to see the start of the Guyana Happy Eagles innings. The West Indies Academy has just been bowled out. They have been bowled out for 485. And we see two brilliant knocks by two youngsters, Rivaldo Clark and Goodwidge. Beautiful batting display by both youngsters.
Well, Dave, it's really going to be a challenge as well for the youngsters for the academy, because that display of batting that they have, that we saw between those two youngsters, 281 partnership for the 7th wicket, simply means that their bowlers would recognize that it's not going to be easy going. We know they have some good young fast bowlers. We know we have Smith and Pittman, and Goodwich also, will come into play. But this is an experienced Guyana Happy Eagles batting team. Chandapal and Matthew Nando doing honors here. So Chandapal looks to be the one who will be facing, and Nando at the non-striker's end. And Smith, after doing excellent service, I say with the bat, to add to what his captain and Goodrich did, came out and really was enterprising in his knock, would really like to fire away from the start.
Yeah, it's going to be, a good little task for these guys. We see the first ball being bowled now.
Well, he was going full. Chandapal just watching it. He's coming from the pavilion end, or the northern end of the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Usually, in fact, in the past, it was the Viv Richards Players Pavilion end. In fact, that end was where the commentary box was at the beginning, before the first restoration project of the ARG, and then it has been switched commentary box to the southern end. So we are opposite to where Smith is bowling. Good delivery, beaten. Chandapal was coming forward, and that one touched down and came back into him. Good take by young Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah, good start by Smith. Looking pretty decent for starters.
He bustles in.
Yeah, he's been on point though.
And
Length has been
strong.
good, line has been good.
Tall and strong. He means business. Attacking him from around the wicket, and that one.
Yeah, that jack back a long way.
Yes, and good take by Tuckett. This one is on the wicket. Good pace. You can hear the sound of the bat.
A ball
in
on
defense.
bat.
It looks to be that kind of player. Expresses himself. He's an all-out guy. He's got to run in. He's got to give it a big.
Yeah, they're going to need a big effort today. Yes, at least with this new ball, to try and make inroads into this guy in a Happy Eagles batting lineup. If you could send a few back before lunch, that would be good.
That's a good one again. On target, Chandapal tugged at it because it was bouncing a little bit about waist height.
Yeah, I think it made a bit more height than Chandapal thought. Surprised him a bit. And as I said, these guys are young, they're strong, they're energetic. So he's going to have something, to deal with here this morning. Yeah.
He's giving that all. He's saying, I'm a new ball bowler. I'm going to be not only expressing myself, but I'm going to be doing the task that my captain expects of me. This time Chandapal gets off the mark. Still a good start by the 20-year-old, continues to do well. In fact, this is only his second first class game. Already has 5 wickets from his take, 1 match. 3 for 29, his best figures. 5 for 82, his best match figures. He's only into, well, in fact, oh, it didn't take the edge, Dave, as I thought it. Went away from the left-hander. Nando flicked at it. Boy, Tuckett did well to take it down the leg side. No harm done. Your impression of this over?
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with young Smith. He is bowling with a bit of pace. And he's been, for most part, been on a decent line and length. So not a bad start for the young West Indies Academy team. And we see Goodwin, he's going to be taking the new ball after being batting for so long. He's showing real resilience here.
Yes, that's a lot of strength. That's a lot of stamina, but they're young and they're strong. Goodrich came to the crease in the 37th over. In fact, after 36.4 overs, that was the time that he joined Rivaldo Clark. And in fact, that pair just kept batting and batting and batting. And he was the 8th player to be dismissed. And now he comes in a little longer run from his opening partner. But he's coming up the hill. I call it up the hill. Chandapal getting bat on ball. Correct in defense. Good to see these young lads. Both 20-year-old fast bowlers. Think good prospects. They need to be kept oiled, and Goodrich, serious all-rounding prospect. Just one a bit down the leg side. Boy, and Tuckett wrong-footed on that occasion. He's down. We're hoping that he's okay. Had to stop it. He was angling to the left and then turn to the right. And sometimes, Dave Joseph, just a little bit of change in movement, a little change from an angle can create. So we're just hoping that Boyne Tuckett is okay. Oh, and the ball bounced in front of him. It may have hit him in the knee.
In the knee, yeah.
Or in that soft spot above the knee, between the knee and the thigh. So more work for the physio here. Well, it's which one is better, for the ball to hit you than for you to tear a muscle? So I'm more comfortable with the ball hitting him than for it to have been a groin strain or something that could be more significant. Nevertheless, you don't want an injury.
You don't want any injuries at all.
So whereas we are comforted that it may not be a muscle issue.
He's down.
And that spray is being administered. So the ball bounced. Ooh. You saw it immediately. So maybe his left knee, but he's back up.
Yeah, he's a tough customer, but
he's back up. That's good. All the players there concerned, even the officials, the umpires are there. The physio has been called upon to do duties. That has been the case all season. The physios, they have played their part. And They're all part of a team. It's no longer.
Yeah, it looked like the ball has struck him in the side of the knee. Set.
Which is really, that is a very sensitive area.
Yeah, but he's back up. He's a tough customer. I know his father pretty well.
Well, you would have played with his father.
Father, Carl Tuckett, yeah.
Former Leeward Islands.
Former Leeward Islands
Former
player
West Indian player. Had a few ODIs.
West Indian player, now umpiring.
Now umpiring. So now his son is doing duties.
I always thought that, Tuckett was going to be a commentator. To be honest with you, Seth.
Uh-huh.
Once we were playing, he's always in the dressing room commentating. And I was surprised when he moved into the umpiring. Yeah, I thought he was going to be, a commentator. He was normally in the dressing room. Once we were actually in batting, he'll be commentating. Very knowledgeable about his game, though, Tuckett.
That's Carl, the father. Ooh. Oh, this time it's a difficult one for Carlton Bowen Tuckett. Diving away to his left. That ball angling away once again from Goodrich.
And he's down again.
Perhaps hitting that spot again.
No, he didn't.
No.
I think the movement.
Oh, yes.
Sudden movement, trying to get to that delivery.
That was difficult. That was way out of his reach. Really had a gallant effort, and the physio comes on again. He must be saying, why am I having such a tough morning? We're just in the second over.
Yeah, well, it just started. Long way to go.
Yeah, gotta get up. He's a tough lad. Oh.
He's going to leave the field, looks like.
Wow. Wow, wow. This is just so unfortunate. Young player. One whom we thought Dave would have been on the Leeward's team. Well, was in this squad, but had not gotten to play for the Leeward. Ooh. He's limping off, and it's not looking good at all.
Seems to be more serious than we're thinking, Seth.
Wow, we pray and hope that everything will go well for this young Nivision. An excellent wicket keeper and a very strong character. In fact, last year scored over 400 runs, I think 471.
There goes the captain now, Rivaldo Clark.
Well, he is a wicket keeper batter. So they will just need a substitute in terms of someone to replace Rivaldo Clark. But what a tough year for young Tuckett. After scoring over 400 runs last year, didn't get a look in this time, was on the Leeward's card, but did not get into the team. Now he gets a play for the academy. He limps off in the second over.
Yeah, strange enough, Seth. I think Tuckett was actually brought on the field for Leeward, replacing Anguilla and
Jama Hamilton.
Yes,
and as a substitute wicket-keeper.
He's been replaced here now by young Clark.
It's just so strange how things can happen.
Yeah.
Yes, the last game between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago, Jama Hamilton on that occasion had a bruised bone, thumb on the left going for a ball. And though Joel Andrew was in the team, Carlton Bowen Tuckett was brought on as the wicket-keeper. And now we see young Tuckett having a difficult one ball hitting him from a bounce, the inner part of the left knee, and then diving away, Herculean effort to save a four. May have injured himself, limping off, and then the captain, the man who batted so well for his team, takes up duty behind the stumps. Goodrich down the leg side. Rivaldo Clark takes it. The appeal goes up. Not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, pretty similar delivery that the one that Tuckett actually tried to take, but Clark was equal to the task and diving, making a good take down the leg side here.
In fact, they may have thought that an edge was there. The umpire was not in agreement. Chandra Paul will tell you no, there was no edge.
Goodrich will want to line up these deliveries a little better.
Yes. Going down the leg side a bit too much.
Yeah, they've employed a leg slip now for Chandapal. So they're probably looking to attack him around that area,
Yes, there is some plan.
around the hip.
Not out, says the umpire. This time it was one pitch, the fuller length delivery. They have struck Chandapal above the knee roll. He walks away. Quite an interesting over. Because perhaps that was the plan to Chandapal, as you mentioned, to attack him on his hips. But this one, full length. Ooh, but may have been going outside the off stump. That one was close.
That looked close.
Very close.
I think he's pretty fortunate.
Wow, let's look at it again. We don't have ball tracking. He's standing on middle and off, goes out. Ooh.
Yeah, that ball seeming back into
Yes.
him. Yeah, he's pretty fortunate.
He's fortunate to be there because it was not leaving him. It was coming back
into it.
between middle and off. So, Goodrich comes off of a longer run than we would have seen Lover from this end. This time Chandapal gets a single. Does not play it fluently, as though he's tugging the bat in defense.
But he'll be happy to get away from Goodrich. He's been in a
Certainly.
spot of butter.
Quite a testing
All
over.
Yeah.
I thought really that was a good shout. The appeal for the catch down the leg side was not a good shout. It was clearly not hitting the edge, but that one was a good shout. Here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, the breeze comes across from that eastern side, northeasterly trade wind. Sometimes it comes from the south, sometimes it's what we call a whirlwind. when it comes together from multiple direction. We speak about now it's going towards summertime, coming from that Easter period when you have, sometimes you have the sargassum seaweed, and that is blown away by the wind. And this is an area where you're going to get a lot of breeze. Here is Chandapal tucking this one off the pads. Only a single. So Smith is up to the task.
Yeah, Chandapal has eagle eyes set. He's not too happy with something in the background. You see a red bag in the background there. He's asking for it to be removed.
Wow. Okay, the bag on the other side. Quite a lot of work.
Windows be closed.
In the days gone by in club cricket, we never had side screens.
No, not really.
And you play it, right?
Yeah, we're looking at the ball, not the side screen.
The bowler comes in, you're watching him, you watch his hand, then you watch the ball.
Yeah,
and that's where your focus
most
is.
grounds in Antigua have never really had, I don't think we have side screen up to now.
Well, apart from the international venues and the Liberty Sports Club,
yeah, we don't have side screens.
We don't have side screens, so only 4 venues with side screens. So the regular club venues, apart from the Blackhawks, there is no side screen.
And we have all sorts of things moving in the background. So you have
sometimes cars, if you're at Rising Sun,
yeah.
The regular cars coming. If you're playing in the night and you're playing, let's say, wind ball in the night at Powell's or Dredgers, car lights may be the thing that may stop you or stop the umpire. Or cause the umpire to pause play. Nandu gets a good one and digs it out. Good bowling on the part of Smith. Testing stuff from the youngsters.
Yeah, he's been right around that good area to begin with. I like the field placement for him too. Set he has 3 slips on a gully, cover, mid off, mid on, and a man just forward a square.
He's bowling with good pace.
Yeah, he's been working up some good pace.
These youngsters know that they have the runs to back it.
Yeah, well, it's been set up by the batters, posting a decent total, so you can afford to run in. You can,
that's right.
Make a few mistakes if you wish.
Charge in and express yourself.
Charging in at these batters.
Nandu gets a good one, and they're keeping it on line to Nandu. They have kept it on line to Chandapur, but you realize the change in the previous over to attack the hips, and then that one that went straight.
Yeah, I think what has been the whole concern and the whole thing about the balls that are bowled straight, most of those balls have been dot balls. When you stray off the stumps, then you get smacked around the park. So I think they're keeping in line with that, trying to bowl as straight as possible.
So Dindial at first slip, Parish at second. Just dropping in front of the fielder at gully. Second gully backward point area. It was a half drive, Dave. It was not a full-blooded drive, but for some reason or the other, Matthew Nandu may have been a bit surprised because he could have been snapped up.
Yeah, I think he's actually looking to go through that covers, but he's basically played a check shot, or wait a little bit and let the ball come onto him. Looks more like a check jive.
This time he works it off the pads and will get 4 down to fine leg. So Dave, a productive over in the context of that last delivery, doing the trick.
Yeah, I like the way how the young academy bowlers are running in. They're running in and giving it, they're all hitting the deck. And it's a lovely sight to see the young men, getting into their work.
So they have good bowling support. These two, Pitman, and also they also have their depth in terms of spin options. He's onto something, because the penultimate delivery of the last over was that shout in which you thought he was unfortunate as a bowler. Chandapur may have been a bit on the lucky side. Could have been LBW, and then he goes back on the stump. So he's bowling to a clear plan.
Yeah, there's a hint of movement there too. The ball is actually seaming into Chandapur. And again, he has a pretty strong breeze, which would aid that sort of bowling. He's bowling from the southern end. Breeze coming across from right to left.
And this time, it's outside the off stump.
Yeah, very good area to be bowling. To Chandapur, once the ball, comes back in, he's going to be very straight on the stumps when it comes back in. And if it holds its own, it's going to be nice. Looking to bring the slips into play. Well, bowl again by Goodwich. This one actually straightened.
Well, this one wide, going far too wide. Perhaps wanting to try too many things, or is he seeing something?
Yeah, well, I think he's making a conscious effort to, get that ball outside off stump. Just pushing this one on that occasion a little bit too far. Yeah, you will need to keep it like just around, maybe a foot or, foot and a half outside off stump. So Shandapal has watchful eyes though, Seth.
Well, that's the man.
Yeah,
That's
he's
the
been pretty
nature.
keen on, paying attention to what's going on. He's not going to be worried about being bogged down or staying there defending for long periods, but he's going to be a tough cookie to get out. Good take on behalf of Clark. Yeah, Pittman having a word with young Goodrich, giving him a word of advice. He's going to go around the wicket to Shandapal. So a slight change. You're seeing the leg slip being employed again. This time it's going to be 2 slips. A gully cover, mid off, leg slip on the inside, deep fine leg. Man just in front of square and the mid on.
Well, the good thing, Dave, he gets back on stumps and he's ensuring that Chandapal plays, because the nature of Chandapal, he leaves a lot of deliveries. Sometimes you speak about the dot balls that he consumes, but oftentimes he's given the leeway to leave alone, leave alone, leave alone. But so far he has not been given many opportunities.
Forced to play. They're bowling a bit straight at him than the previous game which we watched against Windwards. Guyana Happy Eagles against Windwards.
Pulls at that, good piece of feeling. Looks like Pittman on the boundary. Smith.
Yeah, good feeling.
Stop what could have been a 4. Chandapal getting aggressive and pulling that around. It was a sharp delivery from Goodrich. Chandapal on 4, Matthew Nandu on 4. So the combination, 13 runs from 4 overs. What would the academy boys need to do at this stage?
Yeah, well, they'll need to break this partnership and take a wicket.
Which of the batters do you think they would like to be out?
Well, it doesn't matter which one, said. You need to get one, and then you can start to, think about what you're going to do from there. When you have the new ball, it's very important that you take early wickets. When the balls start to get soft, it's going to be a different ball game. Smith. Well bowled. He's on a very good line set, keeping Shandapal quiet. As you said earlier on, they're ensuring that he plays. He's not going to be able to leave alone. I think the young academy bowlers has been doing the right thing to Chandapal. Said they've been keeping him engaged and not allowing him to leave alone at all. You've got to come out and play.
Yes, they're pushing him to play. He's playing well, but he has not been having it his own way. We spoke about that one that could have been an LBW decision. We saw a few that stood up on him that he had to be quick on, and I think this is bringing the best out of him, because no one has a question about Chandapal's ability as a batter. No one has a question about his ability to absorb pressure and to bat long. Some of the issues would be the rotation of the strike, for instance. Nandu this time works off the pad, so you may say, yes, you're facing delivery, but at least, get the rotation of the strike going, take the pressure off the other batter,
and get some runs.
Yes, get some runs. Use the wrist, drop the ball, use soft hands, be on the move. Those are some of the questions that have been asked
about him.
So he needs to answer those.
Yeah, quite rightfully so, Seth.
It is okay. 5 from 20 deliveries. That's okay. But how is your partner feeling on it?
It looks to be a different effort from him today, Seth. He
Yes.
looks more alert here today.
Well, somebody told him Dave Joseph was going to be here, and Dave Joseph likes action, and Dave Joseph will be calling upon him to do better.
Yeah, well, I like action. I like to see batters in get on with things, but get on with things in the right way. I think I really admire Shandapal in terms of his stickability, but he needs to get some more runs. Don't allow the bowler to get on top of you and build that level of pressure. You've got to, as you say, doesn't mean it's going to be boundaries. You got to be able to tick it around ones and twos. Keep the rotation of the strike going.
Just to the left, to the right of the diving man placed here at the leg gully. And Chandapal, in fact, Matthew Nandu must be happy that that one did not go to hand.
Yes, that we have seen change of, line in terms of bowler. He has gone over the wicket now, Smith, and straight away he induced, that shot that I think they're looking to get Nando out, caught at leg slip.
Wow.
They're attacking him right around that area.
Yeah, had he been just to his right, Dindial, really a gallant effort on his part.
Yeah, it's touch and go.
Yeah.
He's been placed there
but
for
at
that.
least you see the plan.
Yeah, the plan. Yeah, there's a definite plan to attack him around that area.
Almost worked. Ooh, this one turned him inside out. He was looking to play on the onside, and the ball
looks like it left him.
Yes, left him.
Went across him, yeah.
Into the slips, but he's still there. Matthew Nandu, he's on 8. Chandapal on 5. It's 18 without loss. But a good over on the part of Smith.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the opening bowlers for the young academy. They're not making things easy for the Guyanese Happy Eagles opening batsmen. They've been made to work for the runs that they've gotten so far. It's 18 on the board, but they've been made to work for them. Goodrich will continue around the wicket to Chandapal. And we still seeing that leg slip being employed, so they're definitely looking to attack him. He looks to tickle the ball around that area, so they're looking at that as an option to get him out. Ooh, well bowled. Excellent line, well left by Chandapal.
Quite a good opening combination here. This one, yes, it really came back a long way.
Yeah, good single taken by Chandapal here quickly into the mid-wicket region. Yes, that we have seen the same field placement for Nandu as Chandapal. It's a definite ploy to attack them just around that hip area that they like to tickle that ball, down the leg side here. So there's a leg slip still in position. Man in front of square on the onside, mid-on.
That's the right thing, and having the fielders in place. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh. That one was really coming back
swung
quickly.
In the air.
And Nando was able to get the bat down on time. He was shuffling across. Want to see that again, Dave? We have it. Excellent bowling from Goodrich. Had he not gotten the bat down
quick enough,
it would have been an LBW decision.
Yeah.
Well, I can't say it would have been. That's the umpire's decision. But it would have been pretty much an anxious moment for Matthew Nandu.
Yeah, good short pitch delivery there from Goodrich. At least he's showing us that he has that in his repertoire too. Set.
Yes, you have to test them even though you have been full length. You got to test the pitch. You got to test the batters. I think that's
Yeah, I
what.
think it was, well directed, straight over center stump.
You really see. Ah, wow. No ball. The first we have seen. But you have seen a very high level of enthusiasm in the field with the academy. It's really a difference.
Yeah, most definitely said. Ball was played into the onside. Excellent bit of feeling by Pittman. Had a shy at the stumps. The batsmen were in disarray. They were wondering whether to go or not to go. And you see lots of guys backing up, at least 3-4 guys backing up the throw.
So this is Goodrich. The no ball. Good jump. Those tall, long strides may have been the difference. He's in a good flow, a good rhythm here. Direction is clear. Attack the stumps and attack the hips. And they have been doing that well.
Yeah, I would like to see a short leg being employed, Seth. I think that would...
So you what? Would pull out the...
no, take the man from in front of screen, put him in a short leg.
Short leg. Or
yeah, that... that will let them play a little bit,
create some uncertainty as well.
Yeah.
You're not sure when the bouncer is coming. You're not sure. It's getting the ball to angle in nicely.
But the ball is traveling off at a decent height from the bat. So to me, it gives you a chance. And then the batsman will have to change that shot, then you'll probably get some.
With the short again.
Yeah, ever been induced.
So, interesting part of the game. 6 overs completed. 20 without loss. Smith none for 11 from history. Goodrich none for 5. They have both been decent in terms of the dot balls. And bowling with decent pace, quite brisk, good line, good lengths, testing lengths, good variation.
I'm wondering why the change now, Seth. Because I think it's Shandapal. I thought they were bowling to the same plan with both of them.
Shandapal
because when he bowled from over the wicket, he got that little error coming into play with the leg slip. So he's gone around the wicket now again. Smith to Shandapal.
Smith is really that enthusiastic player. Follows through nicely. One of the hallmarks, you look when the fast bowlers are charging in. How well do they follow through? So, these young guys, good fitness level.
Well, bowled there by Smith. Just hanging around outside that awesome for Shandapal.
At the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, all out for 333. Decent effort there. Barbados Pride, they're just replying. So the openers, Craig Brathwaite. So what we're going to see here in terms of that game, Dave, maybe a dash. When you take the game into the second day, batting first, Barbados Pride would be grinding to ensure that they overhaul that first innings score, before they look ahead. So Jaden Seals and his support staff, Anderson Phillip and Terrence Hines and Carrie Peer, and the others, they would be in for a challenge.
Yeah, I think that would be a first option for Barbados to try and, reel in that score for Trinidad Red Force. At least make sure if you can see if you can pull first innings on your control and then work away from that. And as you say, Seals and his support staff will have different ideas. So it's going to be a good matchup up there at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
As you know, the top scorer, Cephas Cooper, got 93. Josh Da Silva got 70. Terrence Hines got 51. Oh, good delivery. Chanda Paul would want to say, played inside the line, but the ball drew him first. At least his attention. Good over from Smith once again, Dave.
Yeah, I think Chanda Paul is very equal to that task. I think he knows where his off stump is, and he was just actually pulling the bat inside the line.
So that was a maiden from Smith. Smith having completed his fourth over. None for 11. And Goodrich will continue. What a man with character, Goodrich.
Yeah, he is.
Goodrich
Batted for most of yesterday, came back this morning and batted for quite some time when he's now here opening a new ball for his young academy team. Ooh.
down the leg side. When it goes, it's difficult. A difficult take. Couldn't take it. Rivaldo Clark having to dive away to his right, and the ball taking the glove and had to be fielded by the man at fine leg. So bye again. So
we see some conversation between Edwards and Goodrich.
yes, Alzari Joseph perhaps having some word with Smith, and this is good. Alzari Joseph, since he has gotten back from Pakistan, he has been around the cricket, and he has been speaking to the young bowlers.
Good thing, mentoring the younger ones.
Oh,
Ooh.
we see the movement, no ball. Second of the innings, the first from Goodrich. We had one earlier from Smith. So it's good to see that sort of support, Dave. Players go, players travel. Alzari, all, well, you see a conversation is being had there.
That's healthy.
Very intense conversation. And as I said, he was with Pittman during the last game. He was with him again this morning. You were also out there on the pitch after the pitch report. Goodrich, one of the youngsters who could benefit from that sort of interaction.
Yeah, I think Goodrich would want to bowl Shanda Paul from over the wicket. You know, he has eliminated that ball going across him. You need to be able to take the ball across him and then, get the ball to dart back in at him. So I think he'd be better off trying to field from over the wicket.
Well,
to Shanda Paul.
The Red Force, they have had their first scalp. Craig Brathwaite is back in the pavilion after 3 balls bowled by Jaden Seals. But Chandapol here with Matthew Nando. They're trying to make an impression. Jaden Seals, similarly, I'm not a prophet, Dave, but when I saw him for the under 19, I made a prediction at Cooley that this youngster is going to play for the West Indies, and guys were questioning me. How can you say that? I said, barring health, once his health is good, that I have no say. That is God and him, and his parents and his development and his coaches. But the talent that I saw, the attentive, that technical quality, that capacity to develop into a decent pacer, I saw him 4 years ahead.
Yeah, well, and you've got a good eye for spotting the talent set.
Yes, and
I have that level of respect for you when it comes to spotting talent.
And having seen that, and I always tell the guys, you see what I say? But I see the same thing in Rivaldo Clark. No, not talking after the reality. You know, and that is why I question how could he not be in the national team. But that is for the national selectors to deal with. I would stay out of the Barbados business. Now he has justified that with his maiden first-class 100. Goodrich pulls out another young, strong Barbadian. Oh, imagine the two putting on a partnership of 280 runs for the 7th wicket.
Excellent stuff, Seth. Good batting yesterday.
You know, the unknown, I remember going back years when I was a youngster, there was Franklin Stevenson who came out of, I'll get back to that. I would say came out of the blue from my knowledge or lack of knowledge then. Leewards against Barbados. And, you know, Andy Roberts and those guys with their tails up. And when the top order was you thought would have been blown away, there came Franklin Stevenson. Scored a huge 100 for Barbados. And I think in the same game, he may have taken a 5-wicket haul. But then there was the Garners, there were the Marshalls, there were the Clarks, there were the Daniels around. And then this man came out of the blue. Sometimes there's some talent there that would not make it to the top. And I think that was a tough era. But when I heard of that talent from that time, Chanderpaul, you know he has the talent, he has the class, he gets 4. Just punching that one, just rolling the risk, playing it forward of square for 4. Yeah. But to continue that conversation, Dave Joseph, for me, the best talent may not always get that opportunity or the extended opportunity.
Yeah, well, Barbados has been known for some, you know, good cricketers and some very good cricketers. Good, decent all-rounders. Like
yes.
Remember, you know, that game you mentioned earlier on yesterday, I think we played in Anguilla.
Anguilla, yes, with Barbados, that's right.
Where Vasberg Jakes got 100.
That's right, Vasi.
And, he's a pretty decent player, all-round player.
Yes.
He's a good bowler. And you also have Gibson.
Otis Gibson, that's right, also.
They're bowlers, but they're pretty
decent batter.
With the bat.
Yes, more than decent.
More than decent.
Quite competent. And but Franklin Stevenson, well, he's still around. Franklin, he has his golf academy. I've not really been in touch with him in a long, long time. But that kind of talent. Had to ply his trade in England and in South Africa. Could not make the West Indies team. That was a hard team to get into. And the guys outside were as good as the guys inside.
Yeah, lots of cricketers who didn't really get the chance to go on and play for the West Indies. You know, one of my, you know, good mentor and past captain, Rolls Donato, he actually passed. You know,
that's right.
He's one of them who didn't get a chance to go on. You can also mention Enoch Lewis.
Yes, the president of the Leewards.
Ooh.
Down the leg side. Was looking to flick it.
That looked pretty close to the leg stump set.
Yes, but to his advantage, Nando's advantage, the ball was bouncing. So it did not hit. And he was going across. I think Smith saw that. Smith has good eyes. So you're right. Enoch Lewis was a decent player. Very special player. Natural, talented player. In fact, I remember going to Barbados in the 90s. And there were some men who were still speaking about Enoch Lewis. Somehow discussions always come up about players who didn't make it. And during that lunchtime interval, guys would be talking about it. I remember there were 2 gentlemen from Trinidad and Tobago They were lawyers. They are lawyers, and I don't want to call their names. They know pretty much the cricket. They came to watch the academy at Coolidge. And they were speaking about Enoch Lewis. They were saying he too could have batted. And, you know, these discussions would continue about those who did not make it to the international level. And when you see youngsters with the talent, we're going to see where Goodrich goes from here in terms of that batting and bowling combination. Oh, that's a good delivery. It was parried in the end by Nando just in front of the fielder at Gully, diving across. In fact, it's Nathan Edward, and he was, well, his hand may have been shocked, because Dave, you have fielded in that slip gully area for a lot of times, and you know when the ball parries and hits the hand, it's hard. He's still favoring it. Look at it. Going away from him, he's covering up, trying to steer it, and Nathan Edward diving at Gully. Yes. But the ball did not quite come. Sometimes they could come forward, walk forward, you know, and don't. But still, it's decent pace, so it could be at your peril.
Yeah, not many guys you see, you know, diving forward and coming forward in the slips.
Well, Richie Richardson and you and Stuart Williams.
Stuart Williams and Richie Richardson, they'll dive forward.
A lot of people, it's difficult because it's a risk.
Yeah.
It could pop and hit you.
Fingers and that
yeah.
Kind of stuff,
So Nathan Edward.
Fingers will be going towards the ball.
Yes, that one was a good delivery. He was covering up, and in the end tried to parry it away, Nathan Edward. Good effort on the part of him. It was towards his wrong hand. His favorite hand is his left side. He would have been going to the right, and he's still favoring that right hand. Good. Nando gets in the line on this occasion, jumped into it, was able to defend. End of a decent over. Nico Smith is charging in still. He's charging in, Dave.
Yeah, pretty decent start by Smith. He has managed to keep the Happy Eagles open batsmen, Nando and Chanderpaul, on the check.
You speak about happy? I am happy because I'm seeing two young. I know of Pittman. He has not yet come. But I'm seeing two decent young fast bowlers. And we're looking. And then one, before the spin, one scored 100. And then charging in for 4 overs. I'm really excited. This academy team, I think this is what Cricket West Indies envisioned when they came up with that idea. I think the team is now, wow. And then you're looking at some of the others, but we're seeing a change in bowling. It looks like Dindial, who also had a decent bat. He batted, he got 45. Batted well. Off spinner.
Off spin.
And so you have these all-rounders, and they have been developed through the academy system. Naturally, their foundation would be in their respective countries, but the system will work. And I think, as we are saying, from that group, you know, I'm not quite sure what the intake will be from these recent under-19 players. Worked away nicely. Chanderpaul will get another 4. Oh, good bit of work by Pitt. Is it Pittman? No, it's not. The fielder coming around really stopped that because it was speeding away towards the boundary. Chanderpaul only getting 2 in the end, going deep into the crease and working Dindial out towards the mid-wicket boundary. But excellent fielding, limiting Chanderpaul to 2. Clark is making some adjustment to the field. This one is down the leg side. Change of line needed, Dave?
Well, he has just started. This is his second delivery. He just needs to settle down into a nice little rhythm and get his line and lens going right. Pulled away by Chanderpaul for 4.
Making it too easy, Dave.
Yeah, I think he'll come into his own. He's just, action looks a little bit rushed. As I say, you'll need that level of, you know, patience. Just take your time, get into a nice rhythm, settle in and go from there.
Yes, just be patient. He has had a good start to this game, scoring 45, could have gone on. Better delivery.
Yeah, better line. That's it.
Certainly deciding the off spinner to the left-hander. One line, one school of thought could be pitching about middle and off, leaving him, looking for the edge. The other, go to leg as he's doing and then attack the middle stump. He seems to have taken that particular approach. Go towards leg, and then attack middle stump. Didn't get as much turn. It is lunchtime here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Guyana Happy Eagles, in reply to a monumental score of 485 scored by the West Indies Academy. They are 28 without loss. We will join you in 35 minutes after lunch. Welcome back to a live coverage of this intriguing encounter between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the West Indies Cricket Academy here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. We're just joining you post-lunch after a session in which Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were able to dismiss the West Indies Academy from an overnight position of 423 for 6, and they were able to dismiss them for 485, 62 runs being scored, 4 wickets being taken, the 4 wickets by the 2 seamers, Niall Smith and Thaddeus Lovell. And since then it has been Chandrapal and Matthew Nando putting together a partnership of 32 from 10 overs, with Chandrapal getting into double figures on 16 and Nando on 8. We saw good fast bowling from the young pacers Smith and Goodridge, and we also saw 1 over from Dindial of off spin. Here is Smith. Nando covering up well. After lunch, what are the things that you're looking for as a batter after lunch, Dave Joseph?
Yeah, you've got to start all over again. Look to make sure everything is flowing, everything, footwork's going, blood circulation, everything's pumping. Getting the eye on the ball, that sort of stuff. Make sure you're seeing everything the way you want it to be.
I guess the fast bowler will be hoping that, after all that food, he can get back to his rhythm and his top pace. Nando is showing a clear picture that he wants the batter to read the brand application on his bat.
Wants the bowler.
The bowler, yes, that's correct. So, Matthew Nando, one of the players who came through the ranks of under 19 and also had the opportunity of academy experience. And Tajnarine Chandrapal has made it to the top for the West Indies. It's an elaborate defensive stroke. When he plays it, he stays as though he is standing for a pose. In those days, you used to have those cameramen out there. Used to have been like our good friend, the late Colin Cumberbatch, Mr. Brooks from Barbados, and Dalma from Jamaica, and you go down the islands, so many photographers taking that shot. That one hustled him a little bit. It was full pitched. Got inside the line well. Nando came across and defended. So he has been defending the 4 deliveries after lunch.
Yeah, pretty good start by Smith. He's been spot on target on the stumps.
Has to keep going. Nando is playing a patience game. 8 from 26. Once again, he has this tendency of that ball outside the off stump where perhaps he could leave, perhaps he could cut, but he sort of stabs at it. It's not a cut, it's not a drive, it's not a defensive ploy. And now we have seen, that makes sense, the backward point coming in.
I don't think he's actually thinking that he could make a catch of it. He's actually drifting backwards now.
But why?
But
you have to be in the game.
No, he went, that's up to his captain. He
Well,
went
that's
exactly where he think the ball pitched.
And then he retreated.
But how many deliveries can Smith produce at that caliber
Well,
to induce that catch?
Well, this time he covers up well and plays it into the vacant cover position for a single. Over completed. Smith completing his 6th of the innings. So it seems as though Pittman will come in. Pittman getting his first over.
Yeah, well, he's getting his first look in, as you'd say.
So we have seen some good bowling from the young pacers. The only over spin we have seen of the 11 was Dindial just taking the team to lunch. Now Pittman replaces Goodrich. Goodrich, 4 overs, none for 10. Renika Smith, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. Yes, immediately gets one in front of the chest. Did hustle him a bit. Got into line well, Nando, but good delivery from Pittman to start.
Yeah, he was, bang on target, Pittman, pretty straight at the batsman, and Nando was looking for a single, but Shandapal was having none of it. As we said, we saw excellent running between the wickets with the young academy batters, but here we go again. Lapse in concentration, I believe, by Shandapal. I think that was a pretty easy single. Nando was looking to get it, but Shandapal was not interested.
Swan down the leg side. Try to flick, missed out on it. Valdo Clark, so Pittman, one of the young emerging bowlers, 22-year-old, and Tegan from the village of Bethesda. 13 first-class matches. Already has 37 wickets, climbing well. His best of 7 for 28, and that was against the Red Force. Decent average of 25.89. Nando edges this one, but it bounces in front of the third slip, and we have seen Nando on occasions trying to open the face of the bat, but his edge has been peeled off again. Fortunately for him, ball dropping short.
Yeah, I think the most important thing he said is that Pittman is approaching him from over the wicket, and the ball being pitched close enough to the stumps, angling across him. He has to play. The ball pitches in line and is angling across him. He has to play, so that edge will always come into play.
It's time he covers up through the covers. Gets 2 runs comfortably. So it looks pretty comfortable to the full length deliveries. On that occasion, played it well. But the back of the length deliveries, especially those going away from him, looks vulnerable. Playing it in the air.
Yeah, he stabs at it and it travels off a fair distance in the air. Like a deepish gully position.
I like the change up with Pittman. Started with a nice aggressive short delivery. One was down the leg side, but then 2, the one that took the edge. After that one, that was pushed in the cover region for 2. That he had the confidence to go back, same line, almost the same length. And he was able to show that his method. Oh, this one is a Yorker length one, and it actually shocked the fingers of Nando. Got it at the bottom of the bat. Good variation. Good start.
Yeah, good start for Pittman. As I said, he's bang on target on the stumps for most part. And he's looking pretty good, pretty decent.
Yes, so we've seen 3 young pacers in action.
Yeah, he is actually picked up from where Goodrich left off, Pittman, from this bowling, this end.
Yes.
Young Tuckett is back on the field.
Oh, that's a good sign.
He's at first slip now.
That's a good sign. Smith is a burst of energy. He runs in, he gives it all. Starts at the beginning of his run, he puts everything in, then slows down a little bit. Yesterday I was asking the question about McKenny Clark, young St. Lucian pacer. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to do some deep checks on, these younger players who have shown ability, who may have left the academy. Oh, that's a good one. That one had pace, but it's a no ball. It dropped, bounce, left him. Has to work on that, Smith.
Yeah,
I know with these long legs, you would have
stay behind the line.
Yes, we have seen that problem markedly with O'Shane Thomas of the Leewards. Look, nice flowing action, but then the long booth. That was tight. That was tight.
Yeah, some part of the boot got to be behind the line.
Yes, that was tight.
So you cannot be on the line.
Late decision by Nando.
That's
Will pay dividends. Chanda Paul will pay dividends. The ball was really a sort of long hop outside the off stump. He could have really slapped it. Late decided to tuck it through the covers. Got 4 runs nevertheless. Score moves up to 40 without loss. Chanda Paul motos on to 20. He's in a different mood because he heard that Dave Joseph, the man who liked to get along with things, would be watching.
Yeah, well, he'll have to get along with things for his own sake, if he's going to keep his mouth in the selector's name set.
Yes, his name in their mouth, because a lot of persons, a lot of openers have put up their hands. The 2 Jamaicans, Kirk McKenzie and John Campbell. And they have done that with very good innings. McKenzie 200s, Campbell a big 100.5 century. Also, Craig Bradwitt came back and got a big 100, a couple of halves. Look in the nick of things. Chanda Paul is also there. Who did I omit, Dave Joseph?
Not sure, really. But
no other opener would have put up their hands, and some on the fringes.
Scoring runs.
But the main guys who have been scoring have been in the middle. Kevin Wickham, Josh De Silva, Amir Django, etc., etc. Oh, that one came back late. He left it alone. And it came back late. It was pitched up, darted back, and came through quickly. But low, Chanda Paul goes and taps away.
Yeah, I think where he's dabbing at there is that area that I mentioned in the pitch report. It's a bit rough around there. The ball actually darted back from out of that rough. So it's going to be pretty interesting when the spinners come on, especially to the left-handers out of that rough.
From around the wicket, pitched it there. Chanda Paul is leaving it, and the ball darted back.
A long way.
This one, mid-on fielder coming into play. So if you have just joined us, here is the news. West Indies Academy won the toss yesterday and decided to bat. Amassed 485 runs in just 101.3 overs. Led by a mammoth innings from their captain, Rivaldo Clark, 180. And another fine 100 from Amari Goodrich. Chanda Paul been hustled there, but worked it. Short back of the square, getting a single at the end of the over. 41 without loss. Yeah, good start.
Good start. by both, bowling and batting teams. As you said earlier on, the batters have been made to work for their run set. There's not been many balls that they've been, afforded to leave alone. So they've been pushed hard, and especially Chandapali has been made to play quite more than he's normally accustomed to.
So we see one spectator enjoying it from the, is it the Richie Richardson stand or it is the Andy Roberts stand? It's the Richie Rich. And the Richie, one of the branded legends of national cricket, the West Indian, former West Indies captain, former middle order batter. Oh, Pitman, on this occasion, Chandapal decided rather late. That one was coming on to him, and very quickly he was able to just transition and just turn it down to fine leg. Got a 4, but it was onto his body. No leg slip, no option as we saw in the early part of the innings. Chandapal motoring on. Got into line. In fact, the ball was body line delivery.
Yeah, I didn't think it made the height that Chandapal thought it would have made. But he somehow managed to,
tuck it around.
Pull it around, Not with any power or any great control, but
just
he
placement.
got it away for 4.
Played with the pace of the delivery. This time, you got the impression it was a loose drive, or was he just playing?
No, he just played inside the line of that one. Yeah, he actually, he's a king of this. He knows where his off stump is set.
25 from 49 deliveries. Batting rather well. Machinando 11 from 34. 45 without loss. We're in over number 14. This time he pulls this one around. It will be another 4, the second 4 of the over. Chandapal is on a charge here, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, he's got inside the line of that one and really pulled it around. And it's Pittman attempting to bowl short, and you need to know if you're going to bowl short, you got to really bowl short.
Got to be decisive.
Yeah, not just to rest it down on the deck. You got to really hit it down on the deck.
Too easy for Chandapal. Eight runs so far, 2 4s from this over. They're making some changes in the field. Indial goes out to square leg, deep back of the square. So there's a fine leg. Well, in fact, there is someone coming forward of square into a short mid position. And so 4 men on the onside. Ooh, that's a loose one from, I got the impression, no ball signal by the umpire, maybe. He was trying to bowl a slow delivery that may have gone awry and dipped after it passed the batter.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if he was looking to go for the Yorker set.
You see how it dipped decisively?
Yeah.
Appreciably. But after it reached the batter, was almost down below. Still going down the leg side, Dave. I'm not quite sure if it's something that they're looking at. But this is about the 3rd down the leg side. 2.
Yeah, he's changing to around the wicket now. So seems like he's having a bit of problems bowling at Chandapal, getting his line right over the wicket. So he has gone around the wicket now.
But in his previous over, he was really having a good over coming from around the wicket. I think only thing he has changed is his line. He decided to attack the body, and the 2 on the body went for 4.
That's over the wicket.
Over the wicket. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he started that way. And then in this over, he decided to make the change. Ooh, this one got him in a tangle. It was short of the length and going through, and Chandapal was in all sorts of tangle. As though he wanted to pull, he wanted to parry, he wanted to cut, and the ball may have just breezed his outside. Let's look at it. Good, but in the end, trying to leave.
Yeah, he was looking to leave, then to play, and then in the end, eventually he left it. Or the ball actually beat him.
Yes, he was in a tangle there. Good comeback on the part of Kelvin Pittman. This one, bang on stumps, a quicker one. You could hear the sound of the bat. Mixed over on the part of Pittman. The 2-4s come in, may have spoiled that over.
Yeah, well, he'll definitely look to have to, get back and contain, these two batters. You don't want to be going for runs too fast, too quickly. Or else you're going to be in a spot of trouble or bother.
Well, we're seeing that the 50 partnership would have come up via our graphic. 50 partnership in 14 overs. The manual scoreboard suggests that it's 49. 29 to Shandapol, 11 to Nandu. They're going at a clip of over 3.5 per over. They're batting well. They're still behind by 435 runs. Smith keeps going. Smith may have been broken by the lunch break. After his 5, he's coming back charging after lunch.
Yeah, he still looks pretty good, Seth.
Yes.
Has some energy.
Strong youngster. Smith still charging in. And looks good. Shandapol having that determined look on his face as though he wants more. Has been with the West Indies. Then had been out. Then came back. And is cognizant that his fate could well be hanging in the balance. Another no ball from Smith, his 3rd. Something that the young man would like to work on. Very long legs, smooth stride in. Slows it down, jumps behind the stumps, and then that long stride takes him over. And everything looks picture perfect. But umpire Gregory Brathwaite, has eager eyes, so he'll be looking for anything. Lovely shot, Nando. This time it's on the ground. He has been able to keep this one down. Goes into the backward point boundary. Not a 4. This partnership is doing well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Nandu continuing to score well. Nandu wanting to do the best. Wanting to be at the top as well. Works this one nicely off the pads. Oh, good bit of footballing skills. That is admirable from Kelvin Pittman running around. Should have been 4. Worked it. Look at that. Pittman, just like a cheetah, comes around and then, like a right winger, keeps it in and has been able to then retrieve and saving 2 runs. It would have been 4. They have gotten 2. So he has done his part. Oh, that's a good one. It was a bouncer. He was jumping and then ducking at the same time. Interesting over from Aniko Smith, saying, you hit me for 4, you hit me for 2, I want to hit your head off. But Matthew Nando, such a cool and calm player, remains on 17, Chandapal on 29. So as we look at the regional table, the top men, Tajnarine Chandapal lies at 6th position coming into this game. Only 6 players in the 300 club. Chandapal coming into this game at 300 runs. So far in the season, an average of 77. Highest of 117 not out. He also had 2 half centuries. This time he faces Pittman. Just behind him, Craig Brathwaite, who went for a duck in today's game against the Red Force. 294, highest of 176, 100 and 1 half century. But above Chandapal are 2 other openers, John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie. McKenzie ending with 323 runs, highest of 135, an average of 64.60, 200s for Kirk McKenzie. Pittman a bit wayward on that occasion, a dive from Rivaldo Clark, and the bye signal by umpire O'Geese. So Kirk McKenzie, who partnered John Campbell with 323. John Campbell, 334 runs, highest of 126, average of 66.80, 100 and 1 half century. And then at the top, Josh Da Silva, who has broken the 400 barrier. Kevin Wickham, 371, but you would hear from him later. He will be batting today. And Amir Django, 340. Kelvin Pittman. Nando glances that down to fine leg. In fact, it is buys. Wow, it did have some movement. It was angling down the leg side, but well, that a tough one. We have seen about a good bit of buys being conceded in this innings. Pitch turned away and then it went further away. Poor Rivaldo, after scoring his first 100, big 100. He has been behind the wicket after his wicket keeper, Carlton Bowen Tuckett, had a double injury, I would call it. One a ball striking him by the knee and another when he went for a wayward delivery. Fell, but he's back on the field. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Thought it may have had some bat, but that was a good, really a good response from Kelvin Pittman after being wayward down the leg side. That one surprised Nando. Oh, may have been going down leg. I guess that may have been the umpire's opinion. But it was definitely a good one. looked as though it was a slow one. Back foot on stumps, chips across. Back foot in line, front foot comes across. Yes, it may have been going down leg, to be fair to umpire O'Geese, but the appeal, you saw all the field, well, in fact, the slip cordon and the wicket keeper were up. You didn't see the same enthusiasm, though, initially from Kelvin Pittman. He was belated in his appeal, and perhaps he, like the umpire, he has a frontal view, and he may have realized that the ball was heading down leg. Nevertheless, good response. Good to see young fast bowler making the adjustment, especially after that wayward one that went for 4 byes. Partnership of 62. Pittman is having something to say to his captain, or we hope it's not an injury. He's saying something to the umpire. Wow, something must be wrong. Ooh. Throws the ball to the umpire. He may need a bathroom break. Goes through the one is not sure what is wrong, but he's left the field. Not sure if it's a bathroom break, because he had the ball to start and then said something to the umpire. Was looking uncomfortable, held his tummy area, and then he went through the okay. So he may have thrown up. Right, maybe I thought he was on the field and didn't want to do it on the field. May have been a little upset tummy after having a heavy lunch. But he clearly went off to the bathroom area, to the restroom area. And now you see the academy physio walking around. They have been pretty active throughout this game. She had service when Carl Bowen Tuckett had his injury, when the ball struck him in the inner part of the knee, and then when he dived to try and save a boundary, also had a discomfort, but he has been under repair. Evelyn, the open batter, comes in with some medium pacers starting. All these guys are pretty capable all-rounders. So he completed that over with a single delivery. We would monitor and see what's the status of Kelvin Pittman, but Dave, the over has come to an end. It is 63 without loss.
Yeah, well, Pittman had to leave the field for whatever reasons we don't know as yet, but as you said, Elvin had to come in and finish up that over 1 ball to finish it up. So the West Indies Academy still, motors on. And as it says, all these players, they have some sort of ability to multitask, more than one task. Not only open batters, Elvin is managed to be able to come in and bowl finish up an over for Pittman.
So Smith has been toiling for the entire innings. He's in his 9th over. He's going to start his 9th over. He has been bowling with good pace, has been quite steady. Just one little flaw to work out is overstepping Most of the time, stepping on the line. In the umpire's opinion, he didn't see the back heel of the boot over the line. It's rather encouraging signs as far as this academy is concerned. Very encouraging signs. We have spoken about the batters who scored the 100, Clark and Goodrich, but we have also seen good signs from some of the other top order batters, and Mbeke Joseph in particular. TNT youngster scoring 60 in brisk fashion. May just need to tighten up and be selective, especially after, taking the attack. And then we also saw a good performance from Avenger Dindial. He had a good contribution of 45. Smith is trying to let the ball talk. A good Yorker length delivery. It was in the block hole. Chandapal came down hard on it. Chandapal looking to be in aggressive mood. It may be a mood thing, but he has played well within his limitations. Hasn't been extravagant. When the ball is on his body, because it was clear that the ploy was to attack his body, on two occasions he was able to just ease it off the body and got 2 fours off Kelvin Pittman. One going down to fine leg and one square leg. Once again, you see the attempt to go hipward.
Yeah, definitely.
But he goes inside the line.
And left it alone, which is rightfully so, because there's a man placed there right there, leg slip. So if you look to nudge it or tuck it around the corner, he might be in some trouble. So
his square on stance often draws attention. Some folks may say Allah his father, but the senior Chandapal, which is Shiv, by the time the bowler is delivering, he's straight on. He's looking at him over the shoulder.
Yeah, well.
The younger, though, doesn't always make that adjustment in time. So I believe that's why the perception is that if you attack the hip, you could have him playing it off the hips. This one is on the hips, and he pulls it for 6. Over the head of Dindial on the boundary. And he saw it early, and he went into attacking mode. The first 6, in fact, a no ball as well from Smith, and Chandapal gave it the treatment, and he is saying, I am not mincing matters. Yeah, I am here to shear blows.
That was a good shot set. He was quickly into position and pulled it beautifully for 6.
Smith still attacking and attacking down the leg side, but this one was a bit too short. And Chandapal was in position early, and he was decisive. And he moves up to 35. Score quickly on to 71 without loss. This one he defends. It was not quite on the hip. It was attacking the body. I like the approach by the youngsters. And I like the counter attack on the part of Tejna and Chandapal in particular. Matthew Nando has been quite sedate. He has had a few edges, or actually steered 1 or 2 through the slip cordon and 1 short of point.
Yeah, I think we've seen a reverse setting. I think Nando is normally the one who goes off flashing, but Chandapal is scoring much faster than him today.
This time a good fast one. Judged it well, as you say, Dave Joseph. You have said he knows where his off stump is, so he was able to leave it alone. Over completed. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's lovely stuff by Smith. I think he's shown that he's willing to work hard and put in some hard work as a fast bowler, as a young fast bowler. And he hasn't got the results really, but he's been working pretty hard, and I like what I'm seeing in Smith. As I said, wow. Set we're seeing Goodrich coming back into the attack.
Well, these youngsters are prepared to work. They're
Yeah.
strong. They're hard workers and they're dedicated. It's really heartwarming to see the nature
see
of this
them work,
academy
yeah.
team. And yeah, the work ethic, the commitment.
No word on Mr. Pittman yet.
No
We
word.
haven't
It will
seen
take
him.
us a little while to get word. This is good for West Indies cricket. Just tell yourself that this academy growing up in 2-3 years' time, these players filtering into the international team, performing at this level that you're seeing, an improved level.
That's a good shot.
Why is he running? I don't mean the fielder, and Becky Joseph, who is running. Why is Nando running after such a shot? He should have just stayed on the bat and say, youngster, did you see that? But he's running.
Well, obviously he doesn't trust his timing.
That was so classically done.
Yeah, but it was
Good
a
touch,
beautiful
good
shot.
timing, good placement.
Beautiful shot through
Why
the
was
covers.
he running? Allow the ball to run to the boundary and allow the fielder to do the dashing. It was really a classic shot. This young guy just put on some mass. When we saw him first, wasn't as strong. He may have done quite a lot of gym work and optimize his diet. Ooh, defends well, jumps up, has that tendency to get into the jump.
Yeah, well, you tend to have to jump set. He's a bit
Short, yes.
statured
And
shot
these
in the
tall bowlers. Goodrich and
jumps to actually cover the ball and get on top of it.
both Goodrich and Smith have some height as young boys. Not sticking to the body line approach, changing the angle, going wide outside the off stump. Nando has been moderate or modest in his scoring this season, just 116 runs coming into this game. Highest of 58. Yes, had 2 half centuries, but you expected more from a man that you know is a decent batter. Chandapol, on the other hand, has gone into the 300 club with this innings. I'm speaking about for the season here. Question how the tally would be. Do we add this to the competition stats, or that then would take place in the final? Reasonable question. Goodrich goes back to his mark. He has batted. And now he's bowling. Wow. Second time. Dave.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling a bit with his run up here. Goodrich, maybe a bit on the tired side, but he's still willing to go. That's a good thing.
The right attitude. Third time. He's not feeling it. I think if he's not feeling it, perhaps he should be taking a rest.
Yeah, he's not. He's missing his mark. He's not hitting it at the back here. Yeah? Definitely, you can see it from here.
Gets it right this time. This is a young man, Dave, who scored 123, batted 185 balls, 12 fours and 3 sixes. Now being asked to shade the new ball, and he has been really pumping up. Some good pace coming from the southern end. He has been asked now to replace Kelvin Pittman, who walked off the field. This time, Nando gets on the toes, works the ball to deep back of the screen, gets a single.
Yes, it has been hard work been put in by Goodrich. He has, as you say, batted for a long time, scoring 100 and odd.
So I'm going to tell you, at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, Barbados Pride, they are in trouble here at 32 for 3. Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip. They have removed, Craig Bradford first for a duck, Jonathan Drakes for 11, Kevin Wickham for 3. With 2 of those wickets going to the man himself, Seals. Seals taking out Bradford and also taking out Wickham. Anderson taking out Drakes. So Ruston Chase is on 3 and Shane Mosley on 10. So quite an interesting situation there in that match where they're playing for a place in the final. It means that they're still behind by 301 runs.
Yeah, that's a tall order. Lost a couple of wickets. See Nathan Edwards coming into the attack here for the young academy team.
Yes, they have that option.
Pittman is back on now.
He's back on the field. It will be interesting to know what the problem was. But the important thing is that he's back on the field. Nathan Edwards just trying to get a sense of the run up here. They've played the first game for the Leeward Islands at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
He didn't bowl too bad in that game set. We saw him there at Coolidge.
But the circumstance in which the Leewards found themselves in, he paid the ultimate price. Ooh, just down the leg side, but there he sees something that Nando is walking across the stump. And he's perhaps aiming to see if he could take out the leg stump,
Well, I'll
because
tell
he's
you,
walking across.
it seems to me as if he almost took out the leg stump just
Yes.
now.
It wasn't too far away. He's walking across, and young Nathan Edward saw it. We've seen a few attempts like that. It means that there is a technical staff that is studying the approaches of these batters. Oh, that's a good one. He did play it in the end, but looked a bit uncertain. Was coming across, and then played it from way outside the off stump into the onside for the mid-on fielder. So you're seeing changes made by the captain periodically. He has 2 slips on the gully, and now he's bringing in a player just for, he's going into a short mid-wicket position, I believe. So not only the mid-on, but also a short mid-wicket. On the offside, the 3 slips, the gully, the backward point, the cover, and the deep extra cover. Gets a good one. Plays it well. Edward seems to be early, generating a little bit more pace than we saw him with at Coolidge.
Yeah, well, he's should be a little bit fresher than when he played up at Coolidge. He's been off the field for quite some time yesterday, so he should have that burst of energy set.
Yes. Nice cool breeze blowing across the ground here. Nando covering up, ball on stumps. Like the change up in terms of the line that we're seeing. This really has been good contest here. Guyana Happy Eagles still trail by over 400 runs, trailing by 409 runs. So they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a tall order.
You can't just look on the scorecard and say 76 without
They've
loss.
been batting well, but not scoring as much runs as we would like. Working around the ball, singles, twos.
Not a good delivery from the youngster.
Yeah, it's a good start by Edward.
When would you introduce spin?
Well,
Or you think the Pacers are having a fairly good...
Yeah, we have just seen the 1 over before lunch.
Which was really, yes, just go to lunch over. Fairly good start from young Nathan Edwards, starting with a maiden.
Yeah, good stuff by Edwards. Looks like we're going to see some spin at some point, because it's coming on now.
Matara. So, Pittman would not come back, though he has gotten back onto the field. And it was at such a time where he was working out himself. Started well, Pittman, then had those 2 balls going down the leg side, the 4 buys off him, and then he came back to create some anxiety. 2 both Matthew Nando and Chandapal, and then
had to leave the field.
Had to leave the field. Couldn't complete final delivery of that 3rd over. And now we have seen that he has been replaced.
Looks like he's heading off again.
Pittman?
Yeah,
wow. Hope it's not a bug. Dave Joseph, hope it's not a bug.
Yeah, well, let's hope that's not the case.
Because it really can be something else in these days when you catch these bugs.
Yeah, and I see the umpire asking some questions of the young captain, Clark. He'll be trying to find out what's going on with Pittman.
Looks like Matara, Sishan Matara, will be picking up the attack, the young leg spinner. Tall and lanky.
Yeah, I'd rather see him coming from the other end set.
I agree.
Where we have that, bit of rough being created by the bowlers bowling over the wicket from this end.
And also consideration with the wind. Just 19 years old. Another Barbadian. Good leg break bowler. Has 1 T20I in his arsenal. Oh, this time Chandapal was uncertain, Dave. He was coming across and then just tapping it down on the onside. I believe Chandapal wanted to be aggressive. Now he's looking and he's seeing 2 men on the boundary on the leg side, 1 deep back of the square, 1 forward of square. They have sensed that Chandapal is in a mood to up the ante.
Yeah, well, rightfully so. They've placed 2 men on the boundary.
Matara, 10 first-class matches, 25 wickets. I think they would also work out the way in which the wind is blowing, because it's a very strong breeze. They are both left-handers, and with the leg spinner, there can be a situation it would be really easier for them to just hoik him over that top with that strong breeze going to leg. And now you see they're making changes. So I think the ideal would have been to have him coming from the northern end, using the breeze, forcing the left-handers if they want to hit into the wind on the eastern side. And perhaps the local knowledge may not be there in terms of how the breeze blows, but as a good batter, as a good bowler, should be able to bowl in every condition. That may be the thought. And we're seeing good adjustment on the part of Nandu.
Clipped around the corner by Nandu, well fielded by Edward. Not a bad start by the young leg spinner.
Not a bad start at all. And we have this strong breeze. We apologize for the noise in our microphones from the breeze, but it is really a good sign for the young leg spinner. He would have had his opportunity, and even at 19, playing for the Barbados Royals, would have played before this for the combined campuses and colleges. So he has been around, understands his craft, and having played one international T20, his confidence must be high. So we have seen they have utilized quite a bit of bowlers so far. Innings is young, you would call it, only 20 overs prior to this. Which flight are you taking?
Yeah, that's actually going into land. Set is not going no place.
Well, it's
British
just
Airways.
over the, well, not quite over the trees here. If we were at down the leg side, good diving save with Aldo Clark having to do the work down the leg side. When you're at Coolidge and it's landing, you know that it's just over your shoulder. You're at the Antigua Recreation Ground, it still has a way to go, although it looked pretty close to the trees. It is not as close as our cameras would have it.
It's excellent view though.
Yes, Matthew Nandu, he doesn't have any flight to take. He has to bat, and then do some more batting in the finals. He's assured of that. Tej Narayan Chandapol is also sure. Oh, lovely shot. He peels this one off on the front foot and he smashed it.
Cracked away through the covers of 4.
Really with authority. That's the other side of Matthew Nandu.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Punched it with authority. And this time he did not move. I was saying when he struck the 4 of Goodrich a couple of overs ago, he should not have moved on this occasion. He really didn't move.
Well, he knew that one was 4 from the time it left the bat.
So the two are going well. Better delivery. Good response from Edward, fuller length.
Yeah, Edwards is a bit slower than the other 2 or 3 bowlers that we have seen. So if they're going to hunt down somebody, they're going to look to hunt him down. So he's got to be, spot on with his length and his line.
This time there's protection. on the backward point boundary. So only a single. Rivaldo Clark leading his troops. He would like Edward to perhaps continue to attack the off stump. Like him to maintain that foolish line. Oh, that was just outside the off stump. Chandapal was in line, saw it, allowed it to go through. Over comes to an end, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad over by young Edward, apart from the balls that were short. I don't think a short ball is something for him to be bowling on this track. He's well slower than the other bowlers, and the track is a good batting track, so he's going to be smashed around.
Well, our first break after lunch.
At the Antigua Recreation Grounds, after our first break after the lunch, we see the leg spinner continuing to bowl to Nando.
I think it's going to be an interesting passage of play because I appreciate the little flight that he's bringing to it. He's cognizant of the wind situation. That's why he has the protection on the onside. And he's looping it, and now he's working nicely with the captain. The forward short leg comes into play. And he's getting the batter to dance. You want to keep the batter looking at the ball in the air.
And we see Tuckett struggling again still.
I hope that he does not compound that injury. I know sometimes you want to be tough. You can see him literally hopping.
Yeah, he's hobbling around.
Not just hobbling, but hopping. Look, on one foot. Wow, but he comes into the slip area. Just for context, he had almost a double injury. He had one where the physio came on after a ball struck him on the inner part while wicket keeping. And then he hurt himself while diving away to the left. This one is down the leg side. And neither Rivaldo Clark nor Tuckett can get it. That one picked up some pace when it pitched. Only that it was angling down the leg side. You could say that he beat him down the leg side.
Yeah, 4 byes. Yeah, as I said, I'd rather seen young leg spinner being, bowling from the other end.
Definitely the northern end would have been ideal.
Yeah, Pittman is back on the field again.
I like the variety. Into the pads and goes on the wicket. Wicket to wicket. Let's see what he does on this occasion. Wow, the forward short leg will definitely have a lot to do. Comes into play on that occasion. Over comes to an end. 90 without loss.
Yes. Been, as they say, tough going here for the young academy guys. They haven't been able to make a breakthrough here yet. So they've got to keep working those sets. It's never going to be easy.
Certainly not.
I always tell my young players, I know a man they call King Short Shirt. He sang a song that says, if anybody tell you that life is going to be easy, stick a piece of cotton in your ear.
That's good lyrics. Good advice for everyone, not just the youth.
Cannot afford to sit back and be lazy.
That's a realist.
Got to put in some work.
Nathan Edward, he's prepared to put in the work. Ooh. He got a little pace on that.
Yeah, well, that was his effort ball, and Nando looking to ramp it, After the Lilyvia's pass, he had saying I should have, ramped that one over the slip.
Yes, but it was well past his glance by then. Pulled away. And Good effort ball from young Nathan Edward. Plays with the Knight Riders in the CPL, so he'll be under the tutelage of Dwayne Bravo. Punched away. Can Pittman stop it? Good fielding.
Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding by Pittman.
Covers the ground well. And a strong return.
And sends a beautiful return over the stumps to young Clark.
That looked like cricket of old days to see the fast bowlers running around, picking up and throwing. Feature of Michael Holding used to do that very well. Oh, good effort on the part of Mbeki. Joseph diving across, saving a run, because they could have gotten two.
As I said earlier on, Edward has got to be on point with his deliveries because he's of a lesser pace than everybody else. They're going to be hunting him down.
Yes, not
And
the pace
they're
as
showing that they're really looking to go after him.
you'd have had from Renika Smith or from Amari Goodridge or Kelvin Pittman. So noticeably, they would realize that he's more in their comfort zone. This time, Nandu was almost in a little tangle playing, and then was able to get it in front of him. Angle was into the left-hander, and then in the end he worked it back up the track. Two batters are in their 30s. So, over comes to an end, 92 without loss. A real good partnership here by these two. 92 from 22 deliveries. They're striking at over 4 runs per over. Dave, this is good.
Yeah, well, they're in the same range as the Young West Indies Academy. They were around this mark when they started. And 4 runs and over, and then they actually stepped it up after that. So they're within striking range of the target in terms of runs per overs. Yeah, that looked like 4.
Yes, it was really one that was there for the ask and for the hitting. He was flighting it, but Chandapol didn't have much problem because he was able to reach it on the full, just reached it and worked it nicely between the short mid-wicket and the mid-off region. Pittman couldn't get close to that one. It was 4, well timed, but not the best delivery that we have seen from Matara.
We have not seen him attempt to bowl a googly set so far. Maybe he's not well, comfortable or settled yet.
Right, I was going to say oftentimes the leggies are, you want to make sure you have it under control, and then, that becomes an option. And I'm not belabeling the point, but I think, the northern end, with the breeze factor with the left-handers would have been more ideal for him to have the confidence that.
Banged away through the covers by Shanda Paul.
Well, that's the confidence that Shanda Paul has. The 100 comes up. Played that with authority. Just went back and slapped it through the covers. He has the confidence. And we were speaking as confidence. The partnership has been growing in confidence because how they have been playing it. It was Nandu and Chandapol together. Then Chandapol took it away. Then Nandu got closer. Then now Chandapol is taken away. So they're batting well in partnership.
Yeah, the body language of Chandapol is totally different today.
And that is good. It is good that he has two sides to it. I've seen him in test matches going after it and hitting the ball with authority on the go, and then you see the other side of it. Nothing is wrong if you have both sides. Alternate them.
Mixed.
Yes, and then that would also put doubts in the bowler's mind or in the opposition mind as to how best to counter him. But I was making a point about Motara giving him the opportunity to bowl from that end against the left-handers. Then he would be able to flight more. Then he would be able to, even, as you say, even try the googly. And I think, with the breeze, he would have been wind-assisted. So 7 bowlers have been used. None has been able to strike 100 off. It was 23.3 overs then. Edward, a young man from the Dutch island of St. Martin. Just a little bit off Anguilla. Place where they have played quite a bit of cricket. Whipped off the pads. Off the hips. Good work by Evelyn. Was able to pull it back.
Yeah, as I said, Seti is going to be a tough one for Nathan Lyon to maintain that short bowling. To these guys, he's got to bowl a fuller length and look to get some protection in the cover region rather than bowling short for them to be clipping him into the onside. Luckily, Evelyn was being able to pull that one back, saving a 4.
They still got 3
Yeah.
from it, so Edward would need to tighten up. Better delivery, that's the line, that's the length. The variety is important because he's a T20 player as well, as I mentioned with the Trinbago Knight Riders. For he would understand variety is the spice of life. In T20, you may have maybe 4 different varieties in an over. But this, you call it the patience game. So you may have to persist at times with a particular length or line in order to set up a batter. He's a very smart guy, so he'll be learning that. Smashed away for another 4.
This one goes through the covers of the back foot.
Not just another 4, but the 4 that brings up the half century for Tajnarin Chandapal, his 3rd of the season. And he hugs Matthew Nandu. And he can say to Daddy Chandapal, I am celebrating a half century once again on this venue that you would have scored 100. In fact, Chandapol partnered Brian Lara through pretty much through that. 375, his first world record right here at the ARG. So his son can have some celebration on the revived Heritage ARG site. Not in control.
Not a short ball.
Pulling it down, Chandapol, not timing it. And the over comes to an end. Chandapol getting his 50 in this over. And
yeah, we have seen a pretty upbeat Chandapol today. Set. He's looking more alert, you know. The urgency is much more up here today.
Well, that's the one I prefer. It's the same person, but the tactical approach, I like the one hitting the balls when they're due to hit. And we can just give him the commendation, getting his 50 from 82 deliveries. And he also did well with 8 fours and a 6. The only 6 of the Happy Eagles innings to date. He watches as his most sedate partner, Matthew Nandu, faces Zishan Motara. Ooh, he will get 4. Was flashing at that one, and that one took the bottom of the bat.
Was that the googly set?
It was the attempted googly.
Yeah, it looked pretty much like that to me.
But pitched a bit wide, I thought. Got the edge.
Yeah.
But Rivaldo Clark was not close enough to it. And
I don't know if Clark or the slip fielder saw the signal, or they saw the signal from him.
Before he bowled it?
Before he bowled it, yeah.
So they should have paid attention to that.
Yeah, he was actually signaling it down below, but
that went between them for 4.
Yeah.
Could have been a wicket. Because usually, yes, I like the idea of a signal, especially also when, if it's a limited over and you're bowling the faster one as a spinner, the wicket keeper should know, so he positions himself accordingly. But Rivaldo Clark has been called upon to do so many things. Batted so long, most of the overs, then called upon to do his wicket-keeping duties. Was not down for that one. An easy single. That's the end of number 4 for Matara.
Nathan Edward will continue. Let's hope he can, you know, check the scoring of the Guyanese openers and maybe being able to make a breakthrough here.
Well, yeah, I've been speaking about breakthrough. Quite a lot of breakthroughs have happened at Coolidge. It is, believe you, Dave Joseph, 59 for 6.
Wow.
Barbados pride has been dented.
They're reeling.
Yes, since we were last there. Chase was on 3. Now he went for 8. Kyle Mayers for 1. Shane Mosley for 15. So Craig Bradford for a duck. Shane Mosley 15, Jonathan Drake's 11, Kevin Wickham 3, Washington Chase 8, Kyle Mayers 1. And at the wicket, Lenico Boucher and Shamar Springer. Oh, that one was another effort ball. Darted and Chandapal was ducking early. One above the shoulder, signals umpire Brathwaite.
Yeah, that was a good bouncer there set by Nathan Edwards. And that should be surprise ball, not bowling it consistently.
Yes. We've seen at least 3 of those in his spell so far. He's in his 5th over.
Ooh.
Oh, brilliant take by Rivaldo Clark. That one took off down the leg side. And he just did excellent work there. Look at how he covers the ground, diving to the right, landing well, turning over. He has had a wonderful game, Rivaldo.
So far.
So far, that's right. Not finished. Another one.
Another short delivery.
I like his short deliveries, Dave.
What about them that you like, Seth?
Because they're well targeted. You know, one maybe going over the head. You also see some movements, and it's always angling at the batter. And on this occasion, then angling in and going away. So he is really doing well with those effort deliveries. Puts in the extra effort. Gets good carry. And I always thought that if he comes out of that T20 mode, he can be brisk. You know, I saw him in the early days, 2 years ago, at the Cool and Smooth T20 here. And apart from mixing it up, he was flying the ball. But once you got into that sort of, I'm not blaming any.
Who did he play for in the Cool and Smooth?
Played for the Empire team.
Empire.
Remember, they did upset the Blackhawks in that final. Micah McKenzie also played in that team with him. And that Blackhawk team had the likes of, you know, Raheem Cornwall and Kofi
I think I
James.
saw him. It was at the Sir Vivian Stadium.
Yes, it was at the Sir Vivian Stadium.
Yeah, I think I saw that game, and I was asking, who's this young left armer?
Yes, it was him.
Yeah.
And at that time,
He was
he was
pretty
about
short
17.
and he was nippy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very quick. But I believe he has been slowed down because of that. Is I didn't speak to him on that, let me be clear, overstepping on this occasion. I believe with the advent of T20 and the exposure, guys going for slower delivery, guys slowing down their pace, because I don't know of him having any injury. And since then, I've not seen him bowl that quickly, but he bowled rapidly during that tournament. There was also a player from Jamaica. I am not getting the name now. Was playing for the Pickett Crushers, and he was really rapid and on the left armour. Good delivery, Nathan Edward. He was, in fact, at that time, Roland Butcher, who was in fact one of the CWI selectors, am I correct? He were on the broadcast, and he himself was asking me about the player. And
Jizzle passing by.
Well, you need that to calm to calm the fielding team. Just a little, very slight drizzle. Should not be enough to trouble the umpires. The umpires are asking the players, the groundsmen, but that is really just a sprinkling to keep the dust down.
Yeah, I remember yesterday we were talking about left arm leg spinners, and the name that was eluding us from Guyana was Neil McGarrell.
That's the man. How could we kneel?
Yeah, he did human service for Guyana too.
Really a lot of work. And Neil McGarrell really doing a lot of work for the Guyana team. Not that we're saying, we're talking about left arm spinner. So you have said it, so I leave it there. Because others may say, I am a spinner. So Nagamutu may say, what about me? But we were speaking about the left armers. Ooh, that one came back in nicely. Well negotiated by Nandu. And that era was really an era where we had quite a bit of those. I think he's a decent young leg spinner. We've seen quite a talent, lots of talent in this academy team, and this is a class act.
Spanked away to the covers.
One of his favorite shots, Nandu. It was right where he wanted it, outside off, just a little bit short. And he has been able to do his usual thing. Just go back and spank it through the covers. Right arm over, and he's just thrive for back and removing that front pad and spanking the ball through the covers for 4. And he himself moves into the 40s. Excellently executed. All the chasing to no avail. And this time he covers up. Yes, this will be another one. Huge effort in vain. This one was flighted on the booth area in Chandapal.
Is it Chandapal or Nando?
Just spanking it and
it to the onside.
rolling the wrist over and using the feet nicely. Look at this. So he's out. And it was a beautiful on drive. So he's getting closer to the half century. 145. Partnership growing. 118 without loss.
Yeah, Nandu inching up to his landmark of a 50. And Chandapal has gone past his 50. So both of them looking well and well set here for Guyana. It's a good showing leading up into the final set. Opening pair doing well.
Yes, that's important. Confidence there. And up at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, Anderson Phillip, he has taken 3 for 20. Jaden Seals 2 for 28. The other wicket goes to Terrence Hines, 1 for 17. Barbados, in reply to 333 by Trinidad and Tobago, Red for 67 for 6. And the top scorer, could you believe it? Shane Mosley for 15. Seems as though it's a telephone card. Someone wants the telephone number. Good delivery from Nathan Edward. Chanda Paul, all confident. So Craig Brathwaite, North. Shane Mosley, 15. Jonathan Drake's 11. Kevin Wickham 3. Ruston Chase 8. Kyle Mears 1. Not out. Linico Boucher on 12. And Shama Springer has just become the top scorer by moving on to 16.
Wow.
So it's now
Barbados
72
really
for
reeling.
6. They're really reeling at Coolidge. Oh,
Ooh.
that's a good one. That came back. Nipped back in. And as much as he knows where his off stump is, that was threatening. That was pretty close to the off stump from Nathan Edward. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a good delivery.
He's stepping up his pace as well, Dave.
Yeah, well, you see a change in the field too.
So they are prepping for a short ball. Fielder going down that deep back of the square. One forward of the square leg umpire. Just one slip on the gully. Oh, this one almost crawled along the ground. Pittman is out on the backward point boundary. Is it time for him to come back?
Yeah, well, I want to believe he's going to relieve Nathan Edward from that end whenever he gets a chance to get a break. Let's hope he can come back and do some damage for the young West Indies Academy. Edward has been going for quite some time now. Set.
He's in his 6th. Pulled away. That's another 4 for Tej Narayan Chandapal. Really showing up here and blasting the academy bowling. Edward just short and pivots well and hammers that into the mid-wicket region for 4.
Yeah, as you say, we've been seeing an upbeat Chandapal today, so he's looking to score more often today than normally.
I think he's cognizant of the discussions that are happening around the region.
Well, that speaks
And
well
he's
for
also,
him.
and he's also cognizant that selection time draws nigh, and he knows what he's up against. He knows who are the contenders. And we all know it should be a clean slate as far as the batting is concerned, because the batting has not been doing well for the West Indies.
Yeah, well, that will be your view set.
I think it's the general view.
But the selector and the selectors will
Well,
have different views.
Do they have the selectors? I think they have some recruiters, some scouts, and they have a coach selector.
Yeah, well,
Maybe the description is not quite accurate,
yeah, well, as
but
you say,
that's the approach. The football type.
everything rests on
That's right.
that
Decision
main man.
making.
Then.
So I don't know what his thinking would be, but Chandapal may be saying, I want to be there. And if the manner of scoring runs is a problem, I can do it anyhow. What would you say, Kirk McKenzie, John Campbell? Well, both left-handers, both from the same team. They have a chemistry. Mark, we have not seen them here. We were not in Jamaica where they scored their runs.
That's exactly what we've been talking about. You'd like to see them up against different bowlers on different surfaces. There's no way you're going to go on a tour and play on one surface. So how do you really judge them? Even the guys around you who are making runs in Antigua, how do you judge them? You need to be able to see
Make
them
it
in
in Barbados.
and
Make
different
it in
surfaces.
Guyana.
Different conditions.
Better line, better length. He's not afraid to go up to the left-handers.
Nandu having a bit of chat today with the young Clark, the wicket keeper. Nandu actually kicked the ball away from his stumps and Clark was asking him why.
Oh, dropped. Is it okay to say dropped? That one was.
That was a sharp chance.
Yes, but that one was
Yes.
in the midriff of Everly.
Yeah, that
Everly.
wasn't going to be easy at no point set.
It would have. It could only stick.
Yeah, only
Had it stuck, he would
catches
have said,
need to stick really.
Whew.
But that one was a sharp one. Out comes the physio again.
Evelyn stood there, got up at the right time. Oh,
Seemed to have been struck in the groin area.
yes, that's a very tender area. Perhaps the shock. The reality, if you're feeling there, you'll have the box on. So, but at the same time, the shock from it could be. Thought he got up almost the ideal time, but it was just firm. It's just a difficult reality. All the moving of legs, it's just theatrics. Because when you're struck in that area, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, before the pain eases.
It's just a matter of time.
But I think the physios will know their job and that
They know their job, and
certain
you encourage
exercises will help to relieve it a bit
They
faster.
also know that the flow of the blood flow is important. So
Yeah.
you're trying to generate that circulatory movement in that circulatory system. But he's a tough guy, Evelyn, and he's got to be back up. He's got to be back up. So we're having a break due to that slight, do we call it an injury?
Yeah, well, will go down as a slight injury to Evelyn. Evelyn, that's, yeah. And he's going to be still in that position, it seems like. You're going to see a change in bowling set coming from the northern end.
Looks like the pizza. Looks like Javonte de Pisa gets his first ball.
Speaking of left arm leg spinner set,
Yes.
in comes the Pisa
He's more.
into the attack.
He's a useful batting all-rounder, particularly in the shorter versions. Chandapur will be batting. Batting. That's his hope. He's in no hurry. This is what will bring success in the practice. Sorry, in preparation for the final. Nandu senses that the opening pair, they would need to come to the party, especially if they're against Seals and Phillip. Anderson Phillip has bowled well all season. Has shown a lot of fitness. And Seals needs no introduction. And if they were to face the Red Force in the final, they're going to be up against one of the better pairs, if not the best opening pair in the championship. So they would know that preparation and focus could be the key to that outcome.
Yeah, from the last game I saw those two in operation, they were pretty, decent. Seals on point, as you said, normally he's on point. Getting the ball to seam around a lot, and then Phillips, he was willing to do the donkey work in terms of running in for, many overs. And then you'll have Hines coming in to fill the slot, and then they'll rotate the seamers again. Matara starts, being clipped away down the leg side by Nandu. Inches closer to his half century, Nandu. So he's on 46. Manual scoreboard says. Wow.
He gives it away.
Chandapur
Gives it away.
gets a full toss. Swings it straight down to deep backward square. Out caught by Smith.
Smith is delighted.
And Matara can't believe it. It was his worst ball of the day ball, I believe he's saying to himself. And he actually got the breakthrough with that.
Well, you said
Matara
earlier.
is holding his head.
Well,
Wow.
what a shocker, he would say. The delivery that should have really been struck over the boundary. That ball should be coming from over by that church or former Ministry of Education out of the ground.
The government house.
Mindset. And then he was just doing wrist work with it. It should have been shoulder, it should have been arm, full swing of the bat.
Yeah.
But instead, he was just doing wrist work and basically flicking it. And Smith taking it gleefully. The partnership broken after 127. Look at that. Overflighted delivery. And Chandapur gives it away. Turns it into the hand of Smith, who accepts gleefully under the shade of the Andy Roberts stand. And in comes Kevlon Anderson. And the Academy would be happy to have broken that partnership. Tej Narai Chandapur, the man whom one expected to have bolted on to another century. He just gave it away.
Yeah, well, sometimes it goes like that set, the unexpected balls will take wickets and the unexpected batsman will also get out.
I think it's a matter not to be blaming Chandapur or anything, but it's a matter of mindset. When it's there to be hit, you have to hit.
Yeah,
And if he really hit it hard, sometimes you could hit it real hard and the man takes the catch based on the angle, but you can't be half there or half-hearted in that effort when it's a rank full toss.
yeah, well, Matau will take that wicket, add it to his tally for sure.
That would give him confidence. Kevlin Anderson coming through for a quick single. Oh, a direct hit, but he got in. Umpire Ogis is right in place. Swift movement. Kevlin Anderson gets off the mark. Over comes to an end, a successful over. But look at this, it could have been trouble.
No, it's not the end of the over yet.
Well, it's not. Wow. I am behind. I am ahead.
Ahead, moving a little bit too quick.
But that was a good return. And this academy team is well oiled in the field with the ball, with the bat. Someone asked me earlier if Joel Andrew was considered for the academy in this game. I also saw Akeem Ogis, who would have played for the Windward Islands. Really good opener. We are speaking about these openers who have scored centuries. Akeem Ogis has not scored 100 or did not score 100 in the bilateral series, this tri-series against the Happy Eagles, but he scored 2 half centuries, got 92 and 95 respectfully, and really looked in fine touch. You know, you can see class. I know he has gotten looking at the limited overs version, both in ODI and T20 with the West Indies, but I think he is that sort of class and that sort of talent. He's technically sound. He is positive. I thought at least on one of those occasions, he threw his wicket away on 95 here, trying to go over the roof of the commentator's booth, perhaps to tell us, hey, I'm there. Really lost it there. But when you look at how he compiles his innings and how he adapts, I think his name amongst those 4 openers whom I have called, his name cannot be far off the list.
Yeah, well, as again we say set, it's going to be left to the lone selector, that policy that the West Indies has adopted to make those decisions.
That's right. And we respect the decisions.
The scouts and the other people can only, recommend, and he will have the final say.
Well, it's up to us to do the analysis and to look at the various perspectives, the various conditions, and the context in which selection.
Question is set. How many players will the academy be taken to Sri Lanka on the upcoming tour of Sri Lanka?
I can't answer that and may not be able to until that information is provided.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that there might be a few players that will be added to it. I probably think they might be going with like 19 or so. I don't know how many people are in the academy set up, but then I think
well, the truth is, even on general tours of senior team tours these days, I can't recall seeing more than 15 on a tour. Before time you used to have, yes, your 18-man squad. Well, that's a long time now. And sometimes in one tour you'd have 6 or 8 fast bowlers. That's going down the days of the 80s and the 90s. Those were old times. Those were when I was, monitoring cricket maybe early with, those days of the Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd era. Since then, it's shorter tours. Sometimes there may be 14 players taken on a tour. And if those tours are even split, you may have a T20 team going here and then a ODI team and then a test team and all those in the dynamics. But in terms of the academy, to be specific, I don't know. And if that information comes to hand, I would willingly provide it.
Yeah, so you asked the question, why isn't it that Joel Andrew is not in the academy?
Well,
And
I
I would
guess.
think that Lee Words will be saying that
I guess because he's a contracted player, maybe that's part of it.
Okay. Tucked around the corner by Nando. Takes him up to 47.
So here's the player who was in the academy, Kevlon Anderson. Looked well. Got his chance against Australia. It was really, well, had to come up. Had the top of the order, Mitchell Starks, who would have been a top bowler around the world for a while, would have had the opportunity of dismissing this young man. Question also for these youngsters who may get a rough start and may not be at the top again. Sometimes you ask yourself the question, is there another look in? So lots of questions. I think right now, the West Indies with Test cricket, fewer and fewer Test matches have been played, shorter series. The question becomes, how many players, would focus there, find more of the players who are recognized in the Caribbean, shift towards the franchise cricket around the world.
Yeah, well, set as I say, is not too many games to be played, so when you get the opportunity, you've got to grab it with both hands.
Yes. But when you look at the temperament of some of these young players, you see they definitely have the temperament to play Test cricket, to play at the international level. They have the mindset. Quite a bit of them real technically, adept. You see high levels of skill, not just Rivaldo Clark, not just Goodrich, who, really revealed his batting capacity in this game. But, you look at all across. Temperamentally, Nando has that temperament. Chandapal, well, he's already at the international level. You look on and on, you see players who have that, and it's just a matter of streamlining. You can't dictate and say, don't go here, don't go there, if they're not contracted players. Ooh, that was a real full one from the Pisa.
Yeah, I think Nando was a bit upset with himself not to have put that away.
Should have capitalized on it, but perhaps Chandapal's dismissal was in his mind.
So another single.
So you have these
Takes
players.
Nando up to 49, I think.
That is correct.
Yeah,
So he's one away.
one away from his half century.
This is now Kevlon Anderson's time.
That's one thing about the left arm leg spinners set. They're pretty spot on in terms of accuracy.
Yes, very good
they manage to
control.
keep teams on the check.
And they use their options well. Well, we may be going into tea now. Yes, it's tea time here. And at tea, Guyana Harpy Eagles replying to the Mammoth 485 posted by the West Indies Academy. They're 132 for 1. The Kevlon Anderson is on 2. Matthew Nando is on 49. And the batsman dismissed during the session. Tej Duran Chandapur for 59, 10 fours, and a 6 off 106 balls. In 15 minutes' time, we will be back after tea. Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds, where you have just joined us after tea in the first innings of this game between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the West Indies Academy. At tea time, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they went in on 132 for 1 with Kevlin Anderson on the verge of a half century. He's on 49, and he gets the half century immediately after tea, working the ball through the straight mid-wicket region and getting the half century, and he is delighted to wave the bat to his dressing room, and the score moves up to 133 for 1. His 57 fours, 100 balls, striking at exactly 50, strike rate of 50. So it is good for the Guyanese pair. Kevlin Anderson drives a good stop, first half stop by the mid-on fielder. So the only wicket that has fallen is that of Tejnarayan Chandapal, who went just before tea for 59. And his 59 coming from 10 fours and a 6. 59 from 106 deliveries. So Kevlin Anderson has since then joined Matthew Nandu, and the two have just added 6 runs so far. And man who has taken the wickets, Kishan Matara, he's the leg spinner, bowling decent lines, decent angles. Wrapped on the pad, not given by the umpire. He was going back, looking to play the ball into the offside, and it was pushed through. It came through flat. In the umpire's opinion, it may have been going down leg. You could have clearly seen all 3 stumps, to be fair. But that's the umpire's decision. So it's 133 for 1 that after 36 overs. The West Indies Academy, as though they're bringing back Kelvin Pittman. One wonders. We are not quite sure what was wrong. Ooh, was a loud appeal. The batsman indicating going down. But that was the googly. In fact, the googly, he was expecting one going away and was going back to hit over the cover region and then skidded through. So Kelvin Pittman is back. Pittman walked off the field after showing some discomfort to the tummy area. Bowled 2.5 overs, none for 11. At that time, he was replaced by Damil Evlin, who just bowled a 1 delivery for 1 run. And after that, Nathan Edward came in, Zishan Matara and Giovanni De Pisa. Pittman is not ready. One is hoping that he is fit, because immediately when he walked off, he did hold, as I mentioned, the side at the tummy area and then ran off the field, had to be attended by the physio. Down the leg side, wayward delivery, and because it was definitely wide outside leg and bouncing away. has Smith at least at mid-off, deep mid-off, on whom he can rely on for counsel. You also have Goodrich, the other fast bowler, at mid-on. Onto the pads, tucked around. Nathan Edward is on the boundary. It's now the left and right combination, so the field rotation will come into play as the strike is turned over, left to right coming into effect. Pittman only with a slip and a gully in close catching positions. Bouncer with some pace, but not troubling the batter. Anderson watching it sway by. So Clark behind the stumps after a mammoth 180 in the first innings. Well, batting for his team and sharing a 281 partnership with Goodrich. Pittman, another short one. Good pace, good carry. Kevlin Anderson not induced, not playing at it at all. Calvin Pittman, one of the young rising fast bowlers. We have seen three, well, Nathan Edward as well on display. Ooh, that's closer. Good one. That may have brushed the shoulder. So we saw two previous short deliveries. Didn't induce anything, but that one was close and may have brushed the shoulder. There was some excitement by wicketkeeper Rivaldo Clark when he took it. Kevlin Anderson swayed out of the way. Over comes to an end. A good one first up from Kelvin Pittman after returning from injury. Batted well, in fact. Chandapol batted well with Nandu to post 127. And it was during that time that Pittman was introduced, but the two have done well. And with Chandapol departing, then Kevlin Anderson comes in, hoping that he can have a similar effect. He can perhaps post a big partnership with Matthew Nandu, who is on 51. I've been joined by Keshav. Keshav, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Seth. Pleasure to be alongside your esteemed company.
It is so delightful to be among your esteemed company as well. And we're having a good time here, a run fest at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Yes, has certainly lived up to its reputation of being an excellent batting surface. You'll recall from prior to the start of the game yesterday, the pitch report on day one, both skippers, they wanted to bat first.
And that is good. Good that West Indian batters want to bat first. They'll get a second run here. Yeah. Kevlin Anderson.
I was very impressed with that batting performance from the West Indies Academy. Must be said, Rivaldo Clark and Amari Goodrich put on a 200 plus run partnership. Yes. That was really a feat to behold. And also can't forget the contributions from the top. And BK Joseph with a blistering start.
Yes, I think that set the tone. And
you
then
can see contrasting style from the Guyana Happy Eagles when they came out, as you noted yesterday. Within the first 10 overs, the run rate was around 4 or 5 runs per over. Anderson, a very elegant and stylish player.
yes, has been around, has gotten a little look in, a little nudge in terms of the West Indies team. Has not been true to form, but has the ability, and one who has also come through the academy ranks.
Yeah, so last year he was one of the leading run scorers in the Cricket West Indies 2025 championship, and rightfully was called up to the West Indies team. That tour against Australia, a home tour.
Yes,
because
it was a
Australia
difficult
came to
one.
visit. It was, and if you think about it, as the over comes to an end, it's 136 according to the manual scorecard. So we'll await the electronic one to update. But if you think about it, that was certainly what you call a trial by fire. He was thrown into the fire and flames on his debut,
Yes.
having to face the likes of Mitchell Stark
At his best.
at his best. Also that pink ball test, I mean, that ball was moving so many ways. The amount
Yeah.
of cricket that you have seen in your lifetime, Seth, I'm sure even that was a new feat to witness.
Definitely. So opportunities are there, Keshav. Pretty much you're seeing players coming out and scoring runs. In the past, we were complaining about, getting centuries, batters batting long, not batting enough. But you're seeing teams batting over 130 overs. In this, you're seeing the batters getting double hundreds, batters getting century, being consistent. So that's good pressure, I think, for the emerging batters as far as West Indies cricket is concerned. So Pittman is back for his second after his movement off the field. You see Nando going right down. And since he has come back, he's serving up a barrage of short balls. I'm not quite sure if he had some counsel about his bowling, but he has come back, and 7 deliveries, at least 5 short balls so far from Kelvin Pittman.
Just wonder if it's a strategic ploy from Pittman against Nandu. There is a fielder at deep backward square, just 3/4, not all the way to the boundary rope.
Not a short one, but he's in control.
And this goes down to the deep fine leg. So a deep fine leg and a deep backward square in place. And short bowling, the order of the day from Kelvin Pittman to Matthew Nandu. Let's see if he will persist with that approach to Kevlon Anderson, because we're seeing the same field being set.
We have spoken about the performance of the batters from the academy. What are your impressions, especially the young fast bowlers from the academy? You can comment on that. We had Smith, we had Goodrich, now Pittman.
I think all of the fast bowlers, they started well. Nice rhythm, and good strides to the crease, and they have been hitting decent areas. I mean, it's an uphill task when you have a track that is a placid batting surface such as this, and especially when you are bowling to experienced batters, the likes of Tejan Chanderpaul, Matthew Nandu at the top. There were some good deliveries that both batsmen just evaded and lasted.
Anderson getting on top of that one. Was not as short as we would have seen the others.
I like the spell from Nathan Edward from the same end that Pittman is bowling. The change of angle with the left arm seamer. Other seamers would have been the traditional right arm fast. But Edward is very consistent with his line and length. May not have the same amount of pace as Pittman or Smith or Goodrich, but still very accurate.
This was another short one. Anderson reading it well, just went under it. And somehow he has been served up with the short deliveries. I thought the ploy was mainly to Nandu, but perhaps it is the thinking of Captain Rivaldo Clark and the technical staff that that must be part of the tactic here. They have set the field accordingly. 2 on the deep, 1 forward and 1 back on the square on the boundary. Gets another short one. I'm watching umpire Bratwit.
Look at that.
He's not suggesting that that one went shoulder height because he ducked under it.
Yeah, he did. But I really like the intensity from Pittman, just going down the wicket and sharing a few words with Anderson. Of course, words of encouragement, no doubt, from the fast bowler.
It seems as though the fielders are enjoying it because Clark and the Peas are there, you know, beckoning him on. They are actually applauding that approach. So maybe that's what he's been asked to do. This time it's not a short one. Back of a length delivery. Anderson defends well. 138 for 1. And we have completed 39 overs of the innings so far. And since Chandapal's departure and since the break, Nandu has looked more well. In fact, he's taken on that role of a more subdued role and perhaps wants to settle to see exactly, you know, how he can combine with Anderson to push the score along.
Yeah, well, Matthew Nandu, as noted yesterday prior to the start of this match, he was 67 runs away from a milestone of 1,000 first-class runs for Guyana. So I'm sure he'll be looking to achieve that target. Of course, not as an individual milestone, but continue to bat long and deep for his team.
Well, he's one closer to that landmark.
13 runs shy now as he pushes up to 54. But, of course, the context of this game being essentially a warm-up match for both teams, it does still have first-class status.
Yes.
So all of the milestones will be accredited to the players and the teams, the runs, the wickets, catches.
It's good to see the right arm leg spinner Kishan Motara enjoying himself here. He has been able to explore his options. We have seen the googly coming in, you know, at critical times. One that, in fact, he could have gotten a wicket earlier. And he's also free in flighting, having the luxury of flighting even when the left-handers were batting and the breeze going across. So he's a very clever young bowler. Oh, this one was a bit short. And Anderson capitalizing on it. Just had a quick jab at it because it was a quicker delivery. And he was able to go back and get 4 more runs for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
And is that the classic commentator's curse, Seth? As soon as we were praising Motara
That's right.
and his ability, just one a bit too short down the leg side, and Anderson helping it on its way to the boundary. But he's bowled well, Motara. I really like the fact that he's flighting the ball confidently. I think that's something our spinners in the Caribbean have been lacking a bit. Tend to push the ball through quicker, flatter and faster, which is akin to the shorter version of the game, the 50 over, the T20, T10 and so on. But in the longer format, the flight is one of your main tools in your arsenal and your weaponry as a spinner.
Oh, there was a bounce. A little bad bounce there for De Pisa. But he's a strong guy. No harm done. The over comes to an end, 143 for 1. And the Happy Eagles, they still trail by 342 runs on first innings. So it is really a challenge here. It's good cricket because they want to be testing themselves against the best. And what has been going on, Kishav, at Coolidge Cricket Grounds Could well be a signal of what could be the outcome. It's too early to judge, but Barbados Pride 129 for 6. At one stage, they were 59 for 6.
Well, I can't speak too much about the potential outcome. Being a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago myself, I don't want to indicate any element of bias, but it does seem that they do have the upper hand.
Yep.
At this point in that contest, we both know cricket is such a funny
That's
game.
right.
Game of the most glorious uncertainties. And Barbados, with that partnership, as you said, I believe it's close to 100 runs, that partnership for the 7th wicket. So they're showing some resilience, showing some fight back.
Yes. Boucher and Springer. Pittman is back. Still peppering short balls.
That one is at a good pace too.
Wide signal by umpire Brathwaite. So perhaps he has been given that role to go and bowl short at the batters, because it takes a bit more energy to bowl the short, the bouncers, than to bowl the regular deliveries. But he has been just firing them. That may be the role, as we would note. Nandu, he's cognizant that there is a trap set, a deep fine leg and a deep square leg on the boundary. There's also a backward point on the boundary. Oh, that's a good one. But he read it well, got under it, went right down.
It's a much better line, because when you're putting all of your energy as a fast bowler into those deliveries, you want to ensure that it gets the desired result. You
That's
want
right.
to make the batsman uncomfortable, have them second guessing. You can see Nandu just walking out of your screen, taking some time for himself.
Just regroup and take a deep breath and decide that he will try to counter, whether he would counter or whether he would just sway out of the way. They have now brought in a third man on the boundary with the backward point and the square leg and the fine leg on the boundary. And then a ring of fielders on the onside. Short backward of square, one forward of square, and a deep mid-on. Cuts at that. Oh, lovely diving save by Smith. For a big man, you can see that measure of commitment from him, stopping what would have been 4 had it gotten past him.
Excellent work from the tall fast bowler. And umpire Brathwaite just having a word with Pittman. Possibly about his follow-through with his stride. We saw umpire Brathwaite previously just walking in the line of the stumps and indicated with his hands to the side. So
running straight down the pitch, perhaps. So over at Coolidge. Lenico Boucher is on 38. Shamar Springer on 47. They have done the repair job for the Barbados Pride. But it's Pittman and Nando rides it. Will not go to the boundary, but he will get a comfortable 2. Pushes on to 55. Pittman left the field, and we're uncertain as to what the situation was. After 2 overs, 2.5 overs. Over had to be completed by Evelyn. But at that time he was bowling from this end, which is the southern end, or we would call it the Factory Road end or the War Memorial end. Why one end has so many names? One is directional, the other one is streetwise, and the other one is a place of rest for war veterans. So they call it the War Memorial end.
oh, okay.
And then Factory Road is the road behind of us, behind of our commentary box. You see the school children there. They're picking mangoes. I thought they had a bat.
It's mango season.
They're picking mangoes. And that is in fact, on the far side of the recreation grounds, which would have been the top of one of the restaurants here of the past. Well played by Nando again. Second run easily.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the different names for this end, we know that we are at a very historic venue, so you can let me know. Feel free to educate me and the rest of our listening viewership about the history of this Antigua recreational ground. Of course, I recall the world record by none other than the Prince of Port of Spain,
That's
Brian
right.
Charles Lara, was scored on this very ground.
On this very ground. And on that day, I remembered I was
Were you
not
here?
here. I was in the press box there, not in the broadcast booth. I saw the first one, the 375, when he eclipsed the Garfield Sobers record of 365. So Garfield flew in. You've seen a plane. It was not on Virgin. I believe it was Beewee then. He flew in to witness
BWIA.
the half century. Sorry, the monumental record. Perhaps overnight. I can't remember how many runs Brian had, but he had a sense that he was going to break the record. So Gary came in, and when Brian broke that record, he kissed the pitch. So Gary came on. He was allowed to do so. This stand, well, we're at the broadcast booth you're seeing here, so this was part of it. A lot of drama with everyone circling around the television, even right in the press box. All the statisticians were pulling up the stats, trying to get it right, trying to file back to their respective home bases. Kevlon Anderson. And that was really a special day. He was batting with the father of Tajnarine Chandapal. He was batting with Shivnarine Chandapal for a while.
Another legend of West
Another
Indies.
legend, yes. Both one wayward delivery from young Matara.
And what was the atmosphere like in
Well,
the
it was
ARG?
carnival. It was packed. When I say packed, it was packed. The usual capacity would have been just over 9,000, 10,000 then, and I believe there was about 12,000 in. The trees, some that are not here on the eastern side, there were men in the trees back of us looking on. There is a building. I don't want to call the name of the state as a building there. There were people on top of the building watching. I'm not making up stories. I
No,
know guys were playing
course.
dominoes at the top, and they were watching. And it was really a thrilling and exciting situation when Brian Lara struck those runs. In fact, police had to come around the boundary area to ensure that there was not encroachment. But there were still guys who got through
Of
that
course.
police barricade to get out to the field.
As I would recall watching it on television and looking at it from the outside perspective, but you haven't been here and haven't experienced it live and direct.
Oh, that's a full toss, and that's spanked away by Kevlon Anderson for 4. I think the third we have seen from him, and one, in fact, it was one that got the wicket of Shivner, of Tajnarine Chandapal. And now we see Kevlon Anderson capitalizing on this.
Yeah, well, it's one of those situations where you fool me once, but you can't fool me twice.
That's
Different
right.
batsman, of course, but
That's right.
even Matara, when he got that wicket off the full toss, his reaction was one of surprise. This one, I think, was just meat and drink for Anderson. Lining with, it was pitched. He really just had to use his hands and serve it across. Chandapal, his one was more on the line of his body, and similarly, he just helped it to the leg side, but I think he just didn't put much power into it.
That's right. That I think was lacking. He was believed that he was relying on his timing, and his wrist work didn't really put any shoulder or power in the shot. The youngster, this time it's on the pads.
Yeah, he also hit a shorter part of the boundary, Chanderpaul, where the fielder was. So I think all of those factors would have counted to his dismissal and his reaction of dismay. Anderson on this occasion actually hit to the further side.
Yes. And it was
a
clear.
fielder position out there. So,
but back with the recreation grounds, beyond that, spinners have also gotten belted around. Because while we are looking at young Motara, I remembered another record here at this ground. I was in that section that we call the schoolboy stand. No stand is there now, where they're operating the manual scoreboard. And that was in 1986. Viv Richards then scored 100 or 56 balls. It was the fastest 100 in terms of balls. And John Embry was part of that England team. And in spite of the strong breeze blowing across, over there, he was hitting across the line in droves. And it was really something beautiful to behold. So you were at school, you heard the score. Desmond Haynes got 100. You thought something special was in the making because the West Indies needed to get more runs to win. And that was really another spectacle that I've had the opportunity of witnessing here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. So there's a change in the attack. Nathan Edward has replaced Kelvin Pittman.
Already on target in line with the stumps, as
Yes.
we saw in his first spell.
So
Interestingly, he started around the wicket to the right-handed Anderson.
well, he's looking at something. Very smart young bowler. He plays for the Trinbago Knight Riders in the franchise T20 cricket. So you would have a sense of him. Very smart young bowler. In fact, we are saying he's not bowling. He's not as fast as the other fast bowlers. But when I saw him first, when he was about 17, he was really clocking more yards than this. So I'm not quite sure if maybe the limited overs game variety may have gotten in his head. But he was really expressed at his age. And now he has sought to, improve his craft, perhaps reducing pace, because I can't recall that he has had any injury or any significant injury. Youngster who comes from St. Martin, a non-traditional cricket country, but it has produced quite a few cricketers in recent times.
Yeah,
When I
Casey
say
Carty
cricketers,
as well.
right, cricketers at the international level. Casey Carty. There's also Durham, who plays for the Hurricanes, but have also been a Netherlands cricketer. So cricket is spreading its wings. And the academy is doing wonders. Nando pulls this one around, but Mbeki Joseph really a good bit of fielding, diving around and saving that one, rolling over. This academy team, they have been doing well in batting, looking sharp in bowling, and their fielding has also been commendable.
Yeah, great feeling there from Joseph. Saw him in the 30-yard circle for majority of the time, this time doing the work out on the boundary, and again just subtle field changes being made by Rivaldo Clark on the top of your screen there. Wicketkeeper captain.
Just to take another view up at Coolidge Cricket Ground, just about 3 miles from here, they have lost Shamar Springer, caught and bowled Anderson Phillips for 51. So the score is now 137 for 7. A significant lead.
Yeah, Trinidad's
Would
first
make a
innings,
difference, yes.
333. So just wonder if they might be able to restrict them prior to that follow on target.
And Anderson Phillip having his 4th wicket. He has 4 for 37. Jaden Seals 2 for 38. That combination has been pretty much a good one for the Red Force. Yeah. So at least Springer getting a half century for Barbados. Linico Boucher on 41. He's not out. Batting with Joshua Bishop, who is yet to score. So that's the update. And Guyana Harpy Eagles getting useful opportunity here in the middle. Kevlin Anderson with a flowing drive. But it's not productive. No run. That completes the over. Nathan Edwards is 7th. 43 overs being bowled in this innings. 159 for 1. And it has really been a walk in the park. Keshav has been for the Guyana batters. When I say walk in the park, it was easy going between Chandapol and Nandu. And now you have seen Kevlin Anderson coming on there, trying to rebuild or build another solid partnership.
Yeah, just as we saw a shot of those flags, Antigua, Barbuda, Guyana, and West Indies, you can see that no real wind around at this point, just a sort of lull at the ground. You sense that the academy, they need to just try something to get another wicket, because if the Guyana Happy Eagles reach to the score of 200 for 1, let's say, they'll be batting in certain partnerships and milestones.
That's right, and there after this another 33 overs remaining possible.
Yeah, because even though they scored a mammoth first innings total of 485, given the nature of the surface and how the Guyanese batsmen have gone about their job so far, you sense that that target may very well be achieved once they bat into tomorrow.
That's right. Because we flick nicely. Down to fine leg for, is it 4? Yes, Kevlin Anderson. Getting inside the line of that one drifting away. And Motara will have a relook at his approach. It was pitched outside leg and going further down leg. Maybe not having the control he would like of that googly. What a good opportunity for him to have a long bowl. The issue I am trying to look at in the context of this game, you have guys like Tevin Imlak who would want to have a long bat.
Looking for 2, but good feeling from Dindial. Yeah, I think if each of the 11 Guyanese batsmen in the lineup get a chance to bat, they would want to take as much as they could. Yeah,
that is right. In fact, the last game that was played here between the Happy Eagles and the Windward Islands Volcano, the top score came from Virasamy Pamal for the Guyana team, 90 not out.
That just goes to show you. And he also has a milestone. He is 140 runs away from 3,000 first-class runs.
So he won't mind having a look in. As you mentioned, everyone would love the opportunity. And the over comes to an end. His 13th over. And the youngster is bowling well. So that discussion that we were having regarding records here, the Antigua Recreation Grounds, 1977, first class venue, 1978, then there was the Australians coming here for ODI, but didn't have its first test until 1981. 1981 against England. That team would have had people like Willie and good, a packed England team. And then you had consistent test matches here, 83, 84, 85, England, Australia, New Zealand, and then the Australians again. And we have had some interesting outcomes. The last test match here in 2009, West Indies versus England, it went to the wire, in fact. One wicket could have decided the outcome. England needed to bowl out the West Indies. It didn't happen, and it was really a high drama test match. Good bowling from Nathan Edward. Well played by Nandu. So it has really been mainly a run scoring venue, but there has also been very good bowling performances here. And you can go back when even the Indians came, I think in 1983, you had good batting from Mahinda Amanat. I remember Amanat hooking Michael Holding for 2 sixes, Holding bowling from this end. I was like, okay. And so you had the greats, the Roberts, Holding, Guyana, Croft combination later. Malcolm Marshall stepped in with Croft. So you saw all this here. Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, and the rest of the crew. You had all that here. Bishop, you had all the Benjamins, those coming on. So it has been a tradition. And one of the records would have been the highest run chase ever in Test cricket. The West Indies against Australia here, 2003. Good bowling from Edward Jr. Nandu got on top of it. Was not in full command, but did well to keep it down. It may have struck him on the glove. And that game, the unthinkable happened. It was again Chandapol and Sawan with hundreds. But at the end of the day, it came down to Vasper Drakes and Anguilla's first test player, Omari Banks. Tall, lanky off-spinner, and they took the West Indies home. And you could imagine the drama.
Of course.
Because this venue has been the venue of party cricket.
Yeah.
When I say party cricket, I mean party cricket.
And that's what Drake's now the coach of that Barbados Pride team. Mary Banks, not sure what he has been doing since his
he had taken to music even during
the guitar
even during his cricketing days. His father, Banky Banks, that's a known international artist. So,
and as you mentioned music, we know that Secretly Ambrose is a popular musician on the island.
He and Richie as well, when he's around, they play.
Is it that he plays every weekend?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Ambi's my friend, but
I was told that, but
not sure what
I want to find out. I want to see the great man live.
Nando not in control, trying to pull this one away. It was a short one. Fortunately, it went just backward of the square leg umpire and only getting a single. So Nathan Edward, he's onto something.
I think he did well to keep it down because there was the feeder position at the backward square for Nandu. And Edward trying to produce that short delivery to entice him into that exact type of shot and rolled his wrist at the right time to ensure that it did not go too aerial.
Yes, so they have what they call the Spirited Band. I think that's the name. I don't think it has changed. Richie and Kirkley and others. I'm not quite sure who the others are. But those guys like their music. I think at one stage, the overs come to an end 161 for 7. At one stage, I understood that within that West Indies team of the 90s, they used to have their own little band. Kirkley and Richie and Kenny Benjamin. I'm not sure what he played. That's my buddy. But at the same time, those guys enjoy the best of music. So here, on this side, that you're seeing here was the double-decker stand. To the left of your screen, the schoolboy stand would have been that orange area and the prisoners back of it. So the double-decker stand was where Chicky and Gravy. Chicky with the hi-fi, Gravy with the moves. And that was the entertainment center of Test cricket.
Party Central at the ARG.
Yeah. He was stretching at that Nando as though he has been very focused in his game so far. Matthew Nando, another former under 19, another academy former academy player.
Yeah, he really is one of those players that you can just see the longer version of the game
Yes.
suits him.
And I think we need to identify those and streamline them,
Yeah.
because if we're going to play test cricket, we're not saying the aggressors would not be able to play test cricket, but we're saying that certain players have that knack. They're cut out for that, and I think we need to streamline and ensure, that they're channeled in time.
He really has an excellent temperament about his batting. And you can see a lot of concentration and focus at play. Almost every single delivery, he either walks away, just composes himself.
Torre, the only one who has gotten a wicket for the academy team. 1 for 54. Kevlin Anderson sweeps, but there is coverage at the back of the square.
A really nice looking shot from Anderson.
Thought it was going for 4. So the talent is evident as far as we have seen from the matches that have been played here in Antigua. And this will be another 4 for Matthew Nando. Sweeps it nicely, and he pushes on this innings.
And that 4 will also carry Matthew Nandu past the total of 67, which means that he has attained the milestone of 1,000 first-class runs. And you can see the players in the Guyanese dugout on the far end celebrating with applause, and Nandu rightfully acknowledging them. A very integral milestone for the young batsman.
Yes, and he has a
The
future.
first of many, as we can see, Seth.
Yes, has a future ahead. And it's important that players know their stats, know what is happening, and how to move on from there. The next milestone I believe he would want to achieve is 100 in this game. Oh, that one slid on. Was short of a length, but didn't get up. But the good thing is that Anderson was already out on the front foot.
Something about the action of Nathan Edward just causes those deliveries. Some tend to bounce more than others. Some keep a bit low.
That's right.
It's that sort of wide arm action. Of course, his last name reminds you of a former West Indies fast bowler, right arm fast bowler with a similar type, Fidel Edwards.
That's right. Not only the name, but the height. Fidel was maybe a little bit more slender.
Fidel's action would have been much more pronounced
Yes,
than Nathan as well. He was
And
almost...
as a right hander, he comes for a slinging action, I used to call it. But Fidel was express pace. Played well for the West Indies, and also at the latter part of his career, batted well in that lower order, many times to either keep the West Indies in a draw or save a few games at the end.
Anderson again looking really compact and solid. Good work down on the boundary.
Kelvin Pittman, and a strong throw. He's favoring that.
I see him just hobbling a bit after that throw, and his left foot. Hope it's all right. You already saw a couple of untoward injuries being sustained during this game. I do hope that young Carlon Bowen Tuckett is all right with his knee. Painful blow early on in this innings, which is the reason why Rivaldo Clark has the wicket-keeping gloves in hand. Very competent by all means.
And when you have the abundance of wicket-keeper batters, it's a luxury. If all can bat and make a team, I have no problem. The debate, I know, has been around as I have been following the debates. Joshua De Silva coming back. Or Amir Django has been outstanding. Or you have both wicket. If you have all wicket-keeper batters and they're your best batter, play them. I'm looking for the best batting team, and the most informed players, the most consistent players, but we are not the selectors. Nathan Edward, not troubling Anderson.
Of course not. Then you have the likes of Shai Hope.
That's right.
Tevin Imlach, the captain for Guyana Happy Eagles, who has been part of the West Indies.
But Shai Hope, I realized, didn't wicket keep in the last few test matches.
He prefers the wicket keep in the longer version of the game, but by all means, he's one of the best batsmen, if not the best in the Caribbean.
Right, and in my view, maybe one of the best wicket keepers. But in my team, if you're playing, you don't have a preference. You do what the team requires.
Yep.
So oftentimes, you hear stories. So, if you at one stage, the England Test team had in 3 wicket-keeper batters, but they were among the best top 5 batters. So you play them.
Yeah, well, it's a similar type of situation as the over comes to an end, 175 for 1. Yeah, it's a similar situation when you think about it, when you play more than one left-arm orthodox spinner in a team. If you can do that, then what's the problem with playing more than one wicket-keeper batsman?
Precisely. If it's
because you're playing him as a batsman and
you're playing your best players.
So you play if he's a batsman that's making runs constantly, then you should be given the opportunity.
That's right. You can't say I only need one. Play your best players, your best team. So Edwards completing 9, and Watara continues to toil.
Isn't a really long spell, Watara?
Yes, he has been.
15th over. Of course, he would have had a break with the tea interval, but nonetheless has been going constantly. And it's no easy work for a wrist spinner, whether right-handed or left-handed.
Yes, the combination, having to adjust. We even saw that with Niall Smith, unable to adjust to the left and right combination at the start of yesterday's play, when we had Mbeki Joseph batting along with Evelyn at the start. Sometimes for bowlers, you have to change your angle, you have to change your direction. And then, as you say, with the wrist spinner, not only the line, but the trajectory of the arm, all that comes into play. So,
yeah, Smith looked much more threatening this morning. And again, easy as you like, just rotating the strike with no real threat from the bowling attack as yet.
Well, they're 1 away from a 50 partnership. They lost the wicket of Chanderpaul with the score on 127. So these two, they have been eking out their little part, and they are and you get that 50 partnership with this spanking 4. Matthew Nando polishing the turf here, really in his glory. One of his favorite shots, Keshav. He loves that shot.
Yeah, a whole day you can see Matthew Nando. He will accept those short deliveries wide outside of the off stump and just either backward punch or square cut, late cut, anything. He has the full array of shots. And that delivery from Motara was really a gift. As they say in the Caribbean, a long hop. Short, and it just stood up there waiting to be hit, and no fielder deep on the boundary in place.
Works this one on the onside now, showing that he's adept at playing on the off, playing on the on. And he must be thinking that at this stage he's not too far from 100. He's on 75. Kevlon Anderson trying to penetrate that offside field, but Kelvin Pittman on the boundary comes around. I heard in days gone by they used to celebrate quarter century, and that was amazing to me. So I thought it was just half century and centuries and then 150, but they told me they used to celebrate
Quarter centuries.
So
25.
so Matthew Nando could say, I need another quarter century to get to another landmark.
And again, elegant from Nandu. There's a fielder deep now, so he'll only get a couple of runs, but it seems so casual for him.
Yes,
The rhythm he has at the crease now, he just gets into that back and across position.
He's well entrenched. You see the academy fielder there. Well, substitute player rather in the background. So the Antigua Recreation Grounds, what you're seeing behind is the Players Pavilion and the Andy Roberts stand. Andy Roberts, as we mentioned, the first Antiguan to play Test cricket for the West Indies. And he would have been not only Test cricket, in ODIs, he played in a critical partnership with Derek Murray that helped the West Indies to get into the semi-finals of the 1975 World Cup. The last wicket partnership, I think it was of 79 runs, and that was pandemonium throughout the Caribbean. So you'd get it, but Andy Roberts is really a bowler, was a bowler. The first West Indian to have gotten, fast bowler that is, to have gotten over 200 Test wickets from 47 tests. He eclipsed Wes Hall, the Reverend Wes Hall, who would have been the forerunner of fast bowling along with Charlie Griffith and those who came around that era. Then Andy Roberts came on the scene in the 1970s, and then he was the shepherd of that fearsome four-prong attack down the leg side from Edward here. Andy Roberts also went on to become a president of the Antigua Cricket Association. But he's now a businessman and he likes talent, so whenever he hears or sees a good talented fast bowler, he would speak to them. One of whom is Guyanese speedster who is not playing in this game because of injury, Isaiah Thorne. He would take him on his wing. So that's Andy Roberts. At times he'll hold fast bowling camps, right, you know, whenever he's been asked. So he has been one of the legends. So the pavilion was also the Viv Richards Pavilion, which is the white structure that you would have seen. Nathan Edward. Perhaps a stand in St. Martin one day would be the Nathan Edward stand. In fact, in St. Martin, my understanding is that cricket is played at one venue. I have not been there. I should have been there a couple of times. They do play quite a bit. I have been to St. Martin, but I have not been at the cricket venue there. Would have been at Anguilla. And
they certainly have a good program in place because of
definitely
the amount of cricketers that they are producing at the regional and also going on to the international level.
Nathan Edward has been with the West Indies under-19 team in the past two World Cups. Punched away by Anderson. Only a single. And cricket continues to be. But the atmosphere here has always been the big attraction. You had games and you had people buzzing, and it is close to the city. Well, it's in fact just on the outskirts of the city. And so you could be working there and you just walk up the road at lunchtime, walk up after lunch, walk up at tea, walk up at the end of work. Good feeling once again by young academy fielders. Matara.
You can really see the sun as it shines down on the backs of the West Indies Academy players in the outfield.
Yes.
You can see that their body language, their expressions, they need to get a wicket just to reinvigorate that energy.
Nandu is showing his concentration as he got on top of that delivery and played it down. You saw the follow through, the emphasis that I am in control of it here. And I think that helps with his concentration. As you were mentioning body language earlier, his approach tells you that he's still in the game with heart and soul. Over comes to an end, 186 for 1, and we see, is it time for a break? We're seeing, yes, the players will be taking.
Well, it seems as if Anderson and Nandu are just having a drink,
some
but not the
refreshment,
official
yes.
drinks break as yet.
Kimo Paul coming on the field to assist them, but when you look at the scoreboard, Rivaldo Clark 180 and Amari Goodrich 123. Those had a partnership of 280 for the 7th wicket, and they really batted well, took their team from a position of 169 for 6, which was, there was some unease at that time, and they have batted them in a position from which they think they are comfortable, but they would recognize after 485 the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 186, so the lead is now on the 300. It's 299. So they would say now we have to take wickets because 1 is not enough. And it seems as though there is a change at the northern end. De Pisa, Jovante De Pisa comes in to replace Motara. Oh, good fielding in his follow through. First time I saw De Pisa, I was also impressed with his batting more than his bowling. It was the same time I saw Rivaldo Clark. And I told Dave Joseph when Rivaldo Clark came out that this is a special player, a special talent to watch. And he didn't disappoint.
Of course. De Pisa also on his debut.
Oh, that could have been trouble.
Initial angle seems as if it was going down the leg side, but we'll get a closer look.
You were speaking about De Pisa on his debut.
Yeah, so unfortunately he didn't. As you see this one, yeah, seems to have just been angling past the leg some. Yeah, when he came to the crease, he was dismissed. Well, just going back to a delivery that kept a bit low. Also came in from Richie Looknorth.
Oh, that was struck hard. And then Becky Joseph favoring the right hand, but the ball still had enough meat on it to go into the long on boundary for 4. And that was well struck by Kevlon Anderson.
Anderson really getting into his stride. Fluent, stylish, and using the full face of the bat. The thing about Anderson, he has not presented any chances for the batsman, and similarly Nandu, they have really not taken any risks. They have played proper cricket in strokes and smart cricket. Just scored a boundary, rotated for a single, soft hands into the vacant leg side and just shut down the pitch, keep the scoreboard ticking over. And De Pisa, you would have played some cricket in Trinidad and Tobago as well for the Best Motors match in Patriots. That would have been last year in the domestic premier competition.
It's good to see what I call that cross fertilization of players. Players playing in different territories, understanding conditions differently, and at least keep being active in the game. You know, if you aspire to be playing at the top. You should be active when you're out of season in your territory.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, and just looking back at the scorecard, it was Pumol who got his wicket in the first innings. It was Look North who got the dismissal of MBK Joseph.
So it's 191 for 1 in reply to 485. 50 overs have been completed in the innings. And only 1 wicket. 29 overs remaining. But as I look at the time, it is now 4:07 by my watch or my cell phone. The possibility of 29 overs within an hour or within 53 minutes, that would not happen. So it would be interesting to know if the match referee, they were determining they would take another half an hour, which could take us up to 5:30, so we may have a long day.
Yeah, and especially as the West Indies Academy are using seamers from
That's right.
one end, it's naturally taking longer than it would because the Guyana Happy Eagles, they use a lot of spin.
Yes.
And they got through their overs so quickly.
In fact, we had 91 overs yesterday.
Yeah, and in
So
fact, only in the last hour of play yesterday, there were some instances of cramp and players just
That's
requiring
right.
some attention from the respective physiotherapists, batting and bowling team, and that caused the game to prolong to 5 o'clock. If not, I
You're
believe
correct.
there were 5 overs remaining at around 4:20
You're
p.m.
correct. So we could have had many more overs than 91. Short one attacking, trying to attack Nando. Nando got under it. I get the impression they're having a little discussion because Nando, after going down, maybe asking Nathan Edward, what are you doing?
Yep.
You saw that left hand coming off the bat. And there is some non-verbal cue that there is a battle going on between the two. And that's the exciting part of cricket. It's not just a team sport. It's a team sport comprising many individual battles, many individual achievements.
Yeah, a lot of mental strength also required. Have to stand your ground. When you look at the run-up from Nathan Edward, that previous delivery, he started as if he was going over the wicket, as in where he stood, and then he ran across the umpire, well, behind the umpire's back, and went to the angle around the wicket where he delivered wide of the crease. So
It's trying to confuse the batter.
it's interesting. I really like this from Edward.
There are some bowlers who would actually deliver.
And look at him with the front-on angle. There you can see.
Yes.
And a peach of a delivery.
And it's all in the mind. You're playing with the mind of the batter. Really a good battle between these. He slaps this one down to backward point. Another 4. Matthew Nando motors on in the 80s. Looking good. He loves these square cuts, loves the off drives, and he's really looking a picture, a model of quality here. Young Guyanese opening batsman.
Short and wide from Edward. And again, Nandu. How many runs has he scored through the offside? Would love to see that wagon wheel. It's really been one of his favorite areas of run scoring. And the thing is, the bowlers are assisting him by putting the ball in that slot.
So he's on the verge, getting close. Not quite, still another 16 runs to get to his second first class 100. He has had one before and 6 half centuries. He's just 22 years old, having played 23 first class matches. Would have been a West Indies under 19 player of the past. And is very commanding. He has upped his game. And he has the capacity to play sedately and also to be an aggressor. Oh, lovely stop. What a good fielding. De Pisa. That one came off with a lot of pace to his left, but it was his strong side. And now we see the official drinks break. It comes up with Nando on 84, Kevlin Anderson on 29, and Guyana Harpy Eagles 196 for 1. 198 for 1. to the wicket keeper. So somehow, Keshav, they found a way to be in a tangle with a run on the first delivery on the resumption. It could have been a run out.
You know what they always say? Anything that has happened in the game of cricket will most likely be after a break.
That is so true.
Especially when you have a period of a lull in play, as they would say. Take a break, whether it's a drinks break, a tea break, it could be however minor. Something.
Full toss and he goes. You goat mouth the man. That's what we would say in Antigua.
That's not me. That's not me,
After
Seth.
the break, we saw a single that was not needed, then a few overthrows emerging, and then easy situation. Kevlon Anderson just serving up a full toss to mid-wicket, and he has been dismissed. Kevlon Anderson would not be happy with that dismissal during all the drama. He was served up the full toss and he just lobbed it to the mid-wicket fielder, and the Pisa gets a wicket. 200 for 2.
Yeah, well, really and truly, the 2 wickets that have fallen, 2 full tosses, you really can't explain those situations. But congratulations to Giovante De Pisa on his first wicket in first-class cricket on his debut for the West Indies Academy. No matter how the wicket comes, it will still show as a wicket in the column.
That's right.
The statistics never says what type of delivery it was. What matters most is that he's got the breakthrough for the academy. Kevlon Anderson, who was looking really well set, I must say. He was looking menacing in solid and competent form. And similar to Tejnari Chandapal, and a dismissal that both of them, I'm sure, would not be too pleased with. But they know their capabilities, they know their standards, and they will review to continuously improve. Tevin Imlak. Skipper immediately off the mark.
Yes.
The testament to the fitness is Tevin Imlak, having kept for so long behind the stumps, and first deliveries come out here. Always a bustling type of cricketer. Looks to rotate the strike, get the play going.
When you love it, you love it. Even as a captain, you see him running up a couple of times to speak to Niall Smith at the other end while he was bowling. Runs to him, runs back, gets behind the wicket, gets on with the game. So Nando keeps motoring on. And I use the word goat mouth. I don't know if you use it in Trinidad. So
yes, of course.
Okay. Similarly, when we speak about the commentator's curse.
Yes, yes.
We say
that's
goat mouth the man. You speak before your time, and you created that error. Now,
that's
how
the
possible
Caribbean
is that?
way of.
I think sometimes we have these phrases and these intent, and you wonder why and where it started. Because I would say, how can I say something, and because I said it, it happened. But it's just part of the fun of being
the laws of energy and the universe all intertwining. You put something out there, you put enough mind power and goodwill behind it, and it might come into being.
Then the other thing is poetic justice. Someone may have dropped a catch or should have been given out LBW, and then they get out. Oh, it's justice. Poetic justice. Oh, there is some. What's going on in terms of the Happy Eagles camp? Just from the break, we are seeing in 1 over, almost a run out that yielded a few overthrows. Then the wicket of Anderson. Then we're seeing anxiety or hesitancy in terms of the running, almost created confusion.
Yeah, well, I'm sure with the skipper at the crease, Tevin Imlak, and Matthew Nandu, who is very well set on 85, we want to calm those nerves and reassure all of their teammates in the dugout that they will be able to carry their team to a competent total by the close of play.
Well, I like this move by Captain Let's look at how Anderson got out. He just
flicked it. And then
straight
PK
in
Joseph was positioned at a unique station. If you look at it, his fielding position, he was not at a short mid-wicket.
That's
not
right.
at a short long on. He was in between
And he
the mid-wicket and the long on.
accepted it gleefully. Well, let's see if this trick works. It's the big man Smith. Smith is back. Renico Smith. Matthew Nando, it doesn't matter who. Into the cover boundary for 4.
Classic Matthew Nandu styling. What a shot. The timing from Nandu is what really takes his batting to that upper level. Small guy, not much power, but look at his composure. Just using the full face of the bat. And also the pace of Renico Smith. Punched that. Matter of fact, it didn't even seem like a punch. It just seemed as if he just went back into a back foot defense almost. And with the follow through of the hands, sped along the carpet for 4.
Batting well.
It's not the largest boundary on that side, but based on the timing, I think that ball would have been 4 on any oval. Leg side this time flicked away, but there is protection, so only a single, but that would carry him into the 90s. We shall not call the nervous 90s on him as yet, because he seems to be very confident.
You always wonder when players get in the 90s, that ultra cautious approach. Everything becomes so important, even the things that are not important. Most players, not all. But you have to keep batting. Yes, you're more aware of your situation needing the 100, but just need to be composed, play the ball on the merit.
Clipped from Imlak, and you can see the reaction of the bowler. I thought that was a bit closer for the shank going into the pads, but Imlak very good with his wrist.
We have seen good batsmanship in this game. You know, we have seen really, as you mentioned, the innings from Joseph at the top. We saw Dindial, and then that partnership of the highest level between Rivaldo Clark and Amari Goodrich.
Yeah, it really has been some impressive batting, not only just in this game, but throughout the entirety of the West Indies Championship 2026.
Is this the breakthrough in terms of batting?
Well, there are two sides to that question, because I'll give you an idea of how, for example, in Jamaica, for the first 3 games between Jamaica and Barbados, I had the privilege of being part of the team for that setup. And the first match at Chedwin Park was another one for the history books. 200-run plus opening partnership from John Campbell and Mackenzie. Mackenzie scoring a century in both innings also. And yeah, it was really something, because in that game, both teams scored over 300.
Wow.
And Jamaica Scorpions, they chased over 300 to reach to that winning target. Barbados Pride, they actually declared in their second innings, thinking that they could have bowled out the Jamaica Scorpions, and the defiance of John Campbell and Kirk Mackenzie was truly something to behold. In fact, in the second game that they played at Sabina Park, both batsmen again carried them to a very competitive total. Mackenzie also got 100 in that one. But the nature of the surface was totally different. So from Chedwin Park, the first game, it was a competitive service where there was something in it for the batsmen, but also something in it for the bowlers, because even though Barbados declared, they declared that on around 8 wickets as the score is 2-8 for 2 after 53 overs. They declared with just a couple of wickets in hand, and it was a situation where the pitch was encouraging enough for them to think that they could have bowled out the Jamaica Scorpions team. Of course, these players, a lot of experience, these captains, they would be aware when a pitch is flat and doesn't really offer anything to the bowlers. So if that's the case, they would have batted out and they would have made as many runs as they could have and still try to bowl out the Scorpions team the next day. However, the batting from the Scorpions and that fourth innings was truly something to behold. As the Pisa continues, going on to the second game at Sabina Park, totally flat track. To the point that the game petered out into a draw after 4 days and finished after 6 p.m. on the fourth day.
Wow.
Because Captain Brathwaite decided to exercise the last half hour of play because they were trying to get the wickets. And in the end, it petered out into a draw where Barbados, they got first innings. The third game, different track, same Sabina Park. Much more competitive. Because I think after the second game, they realized how flat it was. And while we are happy for batsmen to score runs, cricket is a game of balance.
That's right. That's
what does
right.
it offer for your bowlers? And if you are making runs on a flat or placid track constantly, when you go to face these international teams and you go to
That's the
different
point.
venues where the pitches are different, and then you wonder why we are dismissed for under subpar 150, it begs the question.
That's a good point.
When you look at majority of the pitches across the championship, many of them have been flat. Look at this pitch at the ARG. It's a second day, and I don't think you can see any noticeable crack or deviation coming off of the pitch.
That's a solid point because, as you said, the batters have to face not only players of an international stature or better, but the different conditions in terms of pitches. You're going to Perth, you're going to get some bounce. You go to New Zealand, you're going to be on some grass, some serious green grass. You in, South Africa, it's different. So you must be able to get some degree of variety, difference in pitches. One WhatsApper during our coverage did ask the question, are the younger batters in the Caribbean exposed to spicy pitches as they come about? That was one of the questions that came to me in our coverage, and that you may think they're only Caribbean people, but that came from a WhatsApper from the United States. And that was a pertinent question because he's saying in the past they were exposed to that. So when they went outside of here,
they had an idea of
they
how
were able to manage, and that could be an issue.
And it's all part of preparation. And as one of the old saying goes, prevention is better than cure.
Yes, always prepare.
Yeah.
You should be prepared to counter and deal with that.
Yeah, so it's something where, I mean, in this modern day of cricket, 2026, there's so much technology on display. As Smith comes back into the attack. Yeah, players from all over the globe have the opportunity to look at the footage, whether it be in the Caribbean, internationally, even domestically with certain competitions. So that's why there are a lot of roles for the performance analysts, the statisticians, and so on. And teams have these opportunities to prepare not only just physically with the training, but mentally, where they have the chance to look at the players from the other territories, work out the strengths, the weaknesses, also look at the type of pitches that they are playing on. So it really makes you wonder, in terms of the pitches. Now, granted, we are grateful to have pitches that allow batsmen
to score
make
runs.
But again, it's about when you go to the international standards, would you get pitches as placid as these? Would you be able to compete in a situation where you are out of your comfort zone, so to speak?
Good question. And also the encouragement or the discouragement for the young fast bowlers. Constantly charging in like Smith is.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, the academy, the fast bowlers, they have not bowled badly.
That's right. That's correct.
But anything loose, and by loose, the margin is much thinner when you
That's
have
right.
a pitch like this. As a bowler, you cannot at all, and even is a strong word.
That's
because
right.
if you bowl a delivery that's on a pitch where it offers something for the bowlers, you might get the ball to nip off of the seam, you might get one to keep a bit low, you might get, just variable factors, and most of these deliveries are just going on as if you're in a concrete net.
And you speak of concrete net. Well, Trinidad and Tobago was the first, where I batted in a concrete net. They really had these concrete strips. And I also realized, because you're speaking Trinidad and Tobago, playing some cricket there, you realize they had the matting.
Yeah.
So that was a surprise for me. Coming from Antigua where everything was grass and turf. And then you get to Trinidad and Tobago and you realize it's matting. And that matting, I guess because the soil is sort of that clay soil. But it provides now consistent bounce.
So
you're comfortable, you can be, it's predictable. And, the differences in pitches.
Yeah, so what we have in Trinidad and Tobago, because there are so many grounds, and not just grounds, I mean, we have 3 or 4 major grounds in terms of international cricket. We have the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the Queen's Park Oval. There's also the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, which hosted some under-19 World Cup matches. And there's also the University of the West Indies campus in St. Augustine. So all of these venues are what they would consider the top venues in terms of playing highest level cricket. But even the club venues, a majority of them, they have turf pitches.
No. Okay. So that has changed. Here is Smith.
So that's the thing. So in the Premier 1 and even Premier 2 level, they would have these pitches with the turf soil. Some might be, the darker variety. Some might be a bit lighter, as we see here at the ARG as the over comes to the end. It's 211 for 2. But the reason why we have those matting that we place over sand wickets is because of the amount of cricket that's played in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes,
so, for example,
quite a lot
apart
of
from
cricket.
the grounds that I just mentioned, there are so many grounds. It's like in Antigua, every corner you go, there's a beach. In Trinidad and Tobago, everywhere you go, there's a ground. And some of the grounds are small, some are big, some are in between.
And the amount of cricket the matting helps.
Throughout the entire year. So
throughout the year?
In
no season?
Yeah.
Wow.
So the matting allows for when there's a rainy season,
you can still
play. Yes, the sand might be a bit wet and compact, but you place the matting over it, so it allows you to play cricket. So it's literally just sand underneath that matting. And it provides a pitch.
The idea of constant cricket must be something on the radar.
What the matting also does is that it offers variable bounce at times, because that sand is not perfectly smooth, so it gives you similarities. You get more bounce than a turf.
Yes, I realize that.
But that's a testament to some of the batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago, because they have played cricket on all of the different types of surface,
which is important.
Correct.
For one's development.
Now, when you reach to the highest level, they discourage you from playing what we call matting cricket.
What of the academies there? I know Brian Lara would have come through an academy system. I know he also had the mentor in Joy Carew. You heard it in that days. I know Queen's Park, they have a club system. Other places have club systems. Are the academies outside of the Brian Lara Academy, outside of, I know, there may be a few international players with academy. Is that part of the TNT culture, having a curriculum supporting the cricket?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, they place a lot of emphasis on grassroots development, especially at the primary school, even going forward to secondary school. Then you have the different zonal competitions. You have this is driven for a single. You have the under 13, under 15, 17, 19 different zonal competitions. Then after the zonal competitions are finished, then you have interzone to see how you select the national team.
And these are run by the TTCB?
Trinidad and Tobago Cricket
Wow,
Board, yeah.
Not by the school system.
So the secondary school system, there's a separate league as well called the Secondary Schools Cricket League, where they have primary school. So they have the primary school cricket league, then they have the secondary school. And they have 2 different types of competitions. They have the 50 over competition as well as they have a T20 competition. Previously, when I used to play cricket a few years back, they in fact had a 2-day competition for the secondary school.
Schools, right.
Then the education, you know, with the different people that put these policies in place, and try to balance it just as that plane is balancing those wings smoothly in the air.
That's Leah T20. Making its way.
So it's really a situation where cricket is a major part of the landscape in Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, football equally as well, but those, I would say, are
Cricket
the
remains.
2 dominant sports.
Yes, I remember cricket. In fact, you have the Savannah. There were so many
The Queen's Park Savannah.
games
all
being
of the
played on a
pitches,
weekend.
and
You're
that's
like,
because of the matting.
wow.
And then it's also a bit more cost effective
Right,
to
to
use those
maintain.
matting wickets to maintain, prepare, and play games rather than turf wickets, which require a lot of high maintenance and ground staff that know exactly what they're doing.
But the fact that so much cricket is being played there still on a consistent basis is amazing.
Yeah, and that's the
Keeping
thing.
that up. That's why you're having the factory. I call it a factory. All those players have been the output of young players from under 15, under 19 that we have seen in the regional system.
And they try to incorporate the younger players as well with some of the senior players in either the club level or even the national trial level and even competitions. For example, right now there's the Trinbago Knight Riders T20 Festival in partnership with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board taking place at the Queen's Park Oval. And there's a national under-19 team in that competition.
Wow.
That's driven nicely again from Nandu for no run. But just to give you an idea of that competition, several players from across the region are presently there. The likes of Andre Fletcher, the Spice Man. He's playing for the Queen's Park Cricket Club. A majority of the Queen's Park Cricket Club players are in fact representing the national team with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So they have Andre Fletcher from the Leeward Islands, Kofi James.
Oh, Kofi
He's playing
comes
with one
down.
of the teams.
Right.
And Kofi, he scored, I believe, 80 plus in one of the games previously. Kenna Lewis is there. There's also the likes of Raymond Rifa, Chandapol Hemraj, players who would have been playing previously.
So it has been a lot of cricket, and that is good.
Even from Guyana, there's Akshaya Prasad, who's not involved in the national setup, but a good player as well. He's playing with one of the clubs, Presale Sports Club back home. Kevin Anderson, in fact, who was dismissed previously, he had a stint with Presale Sports Club as well. So, as you say, there are a lot of opportunities for cricketers from the islands in Trinidad and Tobago. And they take advantage once it's on offer.
That is good. That is really solid. And I think quite a good model for the region. I keep saying cricket is not dead. It's not dying. It depends on where you are and what you're doing. Matthew Nando, you spoke about the nervous 90s, and you spoke about that more than 10 minutes ago. And even though we are not seeing the nerves, you can see the change, the shift in his intensity to score.
A few of those delivery prior to 90s, he would have punched for 4.
Precisely.
And now he's defending, but by all means, you know, that's the nature of the game.
And looking at the scoreboard, he's looking at the scoreboard. Needs to free himself, and one hopes that he gets there. But he cannot afford to put pressure on himself. Will he get 4 here? No. A good big chase by Evelyn coming around from square leg to back of the square. So he gets 2. And he's 2 closer to that coveted landmark. 95. So 5 more. It's 22-year-old Guyana batter. Would really want to bring comfort to his supporters, to his team, that he will be a key player not only when he reaches the final, but would be a key player for the team in the future. He's on 96, 214 for 2. 57 overs have been completed, and just 20 overs remaining in the day. We say just, but time-wise, it means that we will be going and extending the close of play time. 215 for 2 in reply to 485 scored by the West Indies Academy. Still a lead of 270. They're still trailing by 270, but they have time. We're just on the verge of, well, close to the end of the second day, but still have quite some time, Kishav.
Yeah, a lot of time still remain in this game. Of course, we wait to see how it progresses. We can definitely sense that the Guyana Happy Eagles will want to bat into tomorrow.
Certainly.
And by that I mean until the close of play. Unless they come out tomorrow morning guns blazing and decide to get past that total. But I really think just because of the nature of this match being a preparation for them for the final, they'll want to maximize the opportunity.
Certainly.
You know, it's the points don't matter in this game. Yes, the game has first class status, but in terms of the West Indies Championship, Guyana Happy Eagles, they are top of the table. They have already qualified to the finals. The West Indies Academy, and Nandu flicks this down to the boundary for 4. And this will take him to the 100. Matthew Nandu reaching to a well-deserved century. Extremely well played from the young Guyana Happy Eagles batsman. It's been a magnificent innings. Well balanced, composed, a lot of maturity.
Certainly.
And he's reaping the rewards.
And he celebrated with his captain 12 fours and a 6 in this knock, his second first-class 100. And he will be a happy customer, but it does not end here. He should be saying to himself, I want to go on.
He definitely has to continue for his team because that energy will only transfer positively into the rest of his teammates. They've seen what he has done and they will inspire them to come out and do the same.
Well, he really struggled to get out of the 90s, but he brought up the 100 with a measure of authority, and I'm sure with Captain Imlak, who needs to really get some runs to affirm not only his position in the West Indies team, but to assure the players that he will be at top form in the final. He would need to be batting towards the end of play, and hopefully batting on tomorrow. 219 for 2. And the Happy Eagles, they are happy. Listen here, the news at Coolidge. The Barbadians, they would have gotten past potential follow-on. They just lost the 8th wicket, but you would not believe that Joshua Bishop is on 59 not out. Joshua Bishop, in fact, there's still 7 wickets, 27 for 7. Joshua Bishop, 59 from 60 deliveries, 7 fours and 3 sixes.
Yeah, that's a side of player as we see the replay of the celebration. Matthew Nandu, all smiles, and rightfully so.
Yes, he really is happy and he deserves it. Showed that he wanted it from the beginning, and it was almost flawless from the young left-handed Guyanese batsman. Smith has been toiling. His 12th, his 13th over. Bowled 9 overs straight. In his burst between tea and at the start of the session. Really bowled with pace, with purpose. But none of the pacers got into the wicket column. In fact, it has been the two spinners, De Pisa and Matara. So the pacers, they will be looking to join in the wicket column. They've really tried. Keisha made a key point that the encouragement of the young bowlers, fast bowlers, is important. You know, they need to know they do their hard work, they get the results or the rewards. Also, it's interesting because sometimes you have the regular pitches, and sometimes when you get spicy pitches. For instance, I remember England against the West Indies at Seviv, and it was really peppering pace. Alzari and Co. and Jarut and all the others. And then after the game, you're hearing that they're deducting points from the pitch. The pitch wasn't good.
Yeah.
Had it been, on the other hand, the West Indies batters who were undergoing that, the pitch would have been okay. Not trying to be controversial here. You see the appeal of the young pacer, Smith, because he believes he deserves a wicket. But you do that and then you produce the spicy wickets. And on the other hand, so there is a... Is it a fear for the curators that I'm giving a spicy wicket and then...
Well, that's it's a very interesting question indeed, because I know the curators, they follow instructions, and the instructions they follow are given from the persons who determine the type of pitches that they might want to have prepared. You know, especially when you go to certain countries and you play a home series there, obviously they'll want to prepare the pitches to suit their batsmen and bowlers. At the same time, when teams visit us in the West Indies, do we prepare pitches to suit our batsmen and bowlers? When teams come down here, and for example, that Australia, the team, I mean, granted the Australians, we know their significance in international cricket, but if you look at some of the performances in the tests, our bowlers did really well because the pitches assisted the bowlers.
But
it showed the difference in the quality of the batsmen, where Australia didn't make any extraordinary totals to say that it was so high, but the totals they made, they defended quite confidently. As that's pushed confidently from Imlak for no run. End of the over, 219 for 2. But it gives you an idea, Seth, when you look at the different style of pitches that you see across the globe. Right, we know that when you go to India, what you will encounter, as you mentioned previously, New Zealand, Australia, even England with the overcast conditions and the ball swinging around a lot. When you go to Sri Lanka, you know, for example, Bangladesh, Pakistan, all of these other territories. Now we have more countries playing cricket, and some of the associate nations coming into play. You know, so it's just about preparing yourself in light of whatever conditions that you might be facing.
That's right, and the batters should be able to adjust. I think it comes down to that, the mindset. Grind it out. And we're seeing Matari will be back. Replacing De Pisa. Nando is still there. On and leave 100, Matthew Nandu. A lead of 266. Happy Eagles trailing by 266. The Academy having luxury, having batted themselves in a strong position from day one, continuing their innings overnight on 423 and putting on an additional 62 runs, losing 4 wickets in the process. They thought they had enough and they started to bowl. Did not get their first success until the Harpy Eagles were 127. Swinging across the line, Nandu, forward of square, and that's 4.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, Seth, but I think that's the first time I've seen Nandu play that sweep shot to the leg side, because predominantly he's been scoring through the offside.
To the offside, and when he went on the onside, he was playing off the hip. So
yeah, just using his wrist. It's the first time that we've seen him play that type of aggressive or attacking stroke.
Well,
and I think he played it quite well indeed. So it shows you that he has the full repertoire of shots, both sides of the wicket, past 100 now. So you might see more of those type of shots. That's what we saw previously, just working the ball using the wrist. But again, sensible batting from the youngster.
Yes, getting to the landmark and then needing to carry on, recognizing that he would also be in a position to provide a supporting role here on to his captain, Tevin Imlak. And it is clear that they really want to keep it together here. On this side of the ground that is captured, you have the prison at the back of the orange area. And on certain matches, whenever you hit a ball in the prison, you know, the prisoners, they were also on there. You know, it was a high area that is no longer there. They used to be watching from their gallery. And at times they would be throwing the ball back over. There was just so much aura about this venue.
Smith can continue.
Can see all the pacers. No wicket, no wicket. None for Smith. None for Goodrich. None for Pittman. None for Edward. But the 2 spinners, they have done the trick. In fact, when the academy batted, the first 6 wickets went to the spinners between Permaul and Locknott. They shared the 6 wickets, 3 each. And only this morning, the pacers, Smith and Lovell, got 2 each.
And notably this morning, the conditions were a bit overcast
That's
when we
right.
started play. And you did see some assistance for Niall Smith and Thaddeus Lovell. Some of the deliveries that they were bowling, you see the ball was moving around either in the air or off of the pitch.
Yes.
And since the sun has come out after that first hour or so, it's just been straight on.
Yes, after the early morning moisture. And notably, they took new ball
Yeah.
on resumption this morning.
And even when the academy came out with the new ball, you really didn't see that much
That's
movement,
right.
if any at all.
No ball once again for Renico Smith. He has been bothered by that. He's a tall man with long legs. Jumps, delivers from behind the stump a good way back. But yet, his leap takes him over that line. You can see umpire Bratwitt signaling where he would have stepped. So Carlton Bowen Tuckett is back behind the stumps. The captain of the team, Rivaldo Clark, who scored his highest first class score, 180 in this game, has now moved to a forward of square position on the onside. Kept wicket for most of the innings after Bowen Tuckett had a double injury in the second over of the innings. This is a good sharp one from Smith. Really took off. Good carry to Bowen Tuckett. So in looking at the day's play, we'll remember that the two youngsters from the academy, they were overnight on 423. They had a partnership then of 254. They stretched that partnership up to 280. And they really batted responsibly. Though they lost the 4 wickets for 62 runs in the morning session in that 10.3 over period, they would have scored quickly, they would have done well, they would have been quite comfortable. And perhaps they had prospects of applying pressure to the Harpy Eagles batting. But while they were trying to apply pressure, they met a very competent and strong opening pair of Matthew Nandu and Tej Narayan Chandapal, who put on 127. And though they broke that partnership at 127, then came Kevlon Anderson, batted purposefully. And Matthew Nandu, though, got up to his 100, which became a very important landmark. And as you would have heard from Kishore, gotten over 1,000 runs. He had gotten to the landmark of 1,000 runs once he got to 67. So it has been a journey, and the journey has not ended. Somebody says the journey now starts. That sounds Trini-ish. So we've seen 3 centuries in this game, in only the second innings. 3 centuries. The previous game between the Leeward Islands and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, we had 200s from the Red Force, and then 100 from a Leeward's batter in the first innings, and then another 100 from another Leeward's batter in the second inning. So we had 5 centuries. 485 and 226 for 2. 12 wickets for over 700 runs.
Yeah, really, again, not to beat a dead horse.
No, we're not.
Again, is it the nature of the pitch? Is it the extreme
excellent
quality
batting
of the batsman? Is it that the bowlers are not up to the standard?
Well, we have not gotten the answer yet.
But it's a trend, if you look at it. All of the games in the first 3 rounds, including the games in this playoff round, as well as the warm-up game that we have here, a lot of runs are being scored. But how many wickets are being taken? If you look around the performances from all of the teams thus far, can you confidently say that you can select bowlers who can take 10 wickets in any international game, or 20 wickets as it may be? And to just give an idea of the answer to some of the questions that we were asking earlier, Seth, as you see Matara continuing. It's a beautiful shot from Imlak. This should get into the boundary. Really well played from the skipper of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and Imlak gets his first boundary. Quality shot from the right-handed wicketkeeper.
Definitely a classy player, playing a real beautiful shot all along the ground. You're making a point.
Yes, so indeed. So as we were, basically relaying some of the questions from the viewers and also having discussions in terms of the way to go forward, the way for us to progress as a region, as an international competing team. And he's bowled him.
Yes, he got one. He was going back and trying to cut off the stumps. And it's celebration time for Matara getting his second wicket. Tevin Imlach would be disappointed with that shot because he was playing for the ball going away, the leg spinner, but instead he got the ball coming in the googly and he was trying to back away to play a dangerous shot against the leg spinner once he's pitching on stumps, and he was really undone by that. In fact, it held its own, and you see Tevin Imlach pulling away, and he's disgusted with that decision.
And look at the celebration behind Rivaldo Clark, who is at the first slip, because Carlin Boland Tuckett has come back out of the wicketkeeper gloves, both of them with a nice little dance to show how much it means to the West Indies Academy. A very important wicket, Zishan Mutara. You wonder if it was just a bit too close.
That's right, on the stumps actually, and he was backing away. Didn't have the room for that shot, but one may think that he was playing for the leg break going away. But no, on that occasion it held its own. And that's the end of the Guyana captain. But you were making a point about the viewers. I don't want to lose sight of.
No, of course.
That's important.
Just as we were about to make the point, the wicket fell. So is it that every time we bring up a topic, something happens, Seth? Similarly to the dismissal before at Henderson. But by no means are we affecting the play out there. The players are in charge of that. So yes, as we were talking about the way going forward and how we can look to improve, you know, we must say commendations to Cricket West Indies, and even coaches around the region have applauded Cricket West Indies based on the plans that they have for a high performance campus at Coolidge in Antigua. And basically from an article on the CWI website, as the new batsman who has come to the crease, is it a debutant as well for Guyana Happy Eagles, I believe, Ram Sami?
Yes, it's Ram Sami, very clearly.
So it'll be interesting to see how he fares. But as we note in the region, the reality for the Caribbean is clear, that natural talent alone is no longer enough to consistently compete and dominate. And to keep pace with the modern game, there must be a deliberate shift towards structured development, advanced facilities and integrated support systems that match those of the world's leading cricket nations. So Cricket West Indies has acknowledged what needs to be done, and they've taken positive steps towards that. Oh, it's a gift of a first delivery. Ramsamy, his eyes would have opened really wide there. Short and wide from Mutara down the leg side, but that delivery in the end as a wicket taken successful over for Zishan Mutara is completed. That delivery just pulled it down and not even taken cleanly by the keeper, but still no harm done. So as we were saying, Cricket West Indies, with the full backing of the Antigua and Barbuda government, is taking a decisive step in this direction by announcing its plans to develop a high-performance campus at the site of the Coolidge Cricket Ground, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem where elite sport, education and commercial activity intersect. For the coaches on the front lines of the ongoing West Indies Championship, this move has been applauded, with the view being expressed that it is critical to the future of West Indies cricket. In fact, Robert Haynes, the Jamaica Scorpions head coach and former West Indies selector, believes the planned facility is essential in bridging that gap, and pointed to the widening gap between the Caribbean and other nations. Where we have limited first-class games available, you need younger players to be in a system that you can depend on, because in international cricket, everybody else has a high-performance centre. Kevin Pittman comes back into the attack, and as they continued, the proposed campus aims to address this gap by embedding professionalism into every aspect of player development, from technical training and sports science to media readiness and personal development. Guyana head coach Ryan Hercules shares the optimism of the coaches, viewing the initiative as a turning point in aligning the region with global best practices, as it is something overdue. When it starts, we will definitely see a positive change in West Indies cricket. Flicked nicely for a single, and as you would note from the past, as you mentioned, some of the legends from back in the day that you would have seen live and directly at the ARG. You know, for generations, the Caribbean has been blessed with some of the most exciting icons of the game. The swagger of Sir Viv Richards, the lethal pace of Michael Holding, the effortless brilliance of Brian Lara. And the legacy remains unquestioned, but the global game has evolved. And natural talent alone, as we said, is no longer enough. Across the cricketing world, nations have invested heavily in high-performance systems, sports science, and cutting-edge technology, raising the standard of preparation and performance at every level. So it's reached a point where the natural flair cannot continue to take us where it has in the past. Sustained success belongs to those who combine talent with preparation. And with that preparation is also technology and world-class systems in place. So the planned high-performance campus represents a clear and focused strategy geared towards ensuring that West Indies cricket is not just rich in talent, but also fully equipped to compete with the best in the modern era. Your thoughts on that proposed campus, Seth?
Well, that's a brilliant idea. And as you would have started the base with the academy, you can only develop, you can only come better. And I think it has to have that global reach, that global sense, because West Indies cricket would have had that global appeal initially. It was the global appeal from the time of the 3 Ws. It has been a global appeal since then, and even at times when the team may not have been performing well in tests, the global appeal of the T20 team performing. And if we can hone all not only the talent but the resources into one and present something unique, the global appeal of the Antigua recreation ground that started party cricket and has had an impact on the world stage. I think it would be ideal to have that at the CCG, or it would be good to have that at the headquarters of Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, well, so if you think about T20, I dare to say T20 was
started here.
Started in Antigua.
Even though you had a few matches otherwise.
Yeah,
in terms
it was
of that competitive.
The start
T20,
for T20.
They were right. We didn't have the franchises, but the national teams.
Yeah.
Getting those. It was that situation that started all those players who became world beaters and who were 2020 world champions thereafter. So I think the impact in terms of West Indies cricket and its global appeal, something like this would be the crowning act. But we always believe that it is in the operations, it's in the team's performance, that we look at the results to measure where we are. At the end of the day, we must get that, but we must also try to maximize on the results as we can until we get there.
Yeah. It's a work in progress, but again, very happy to see that Cricket West Indies has taken this initiative, and again, kudos to them.
Oh, that one was quicker. Rushing young Ramsamy, but he played it well, got back and tapped it down nicely. The over comes to an end, 231 for 3. You see it there. Matthew Nandu, the standout batter, with his 105. Tejnarai Chandapal with 59. And the others will be providing the support because this young academy. And let's look even the system that they have with the academy. It is definitely yielding dividends.
Yeah.
The question may be, when would some of the players get their opportunity at the international level? Because we are seeing not just glimpses, we are seeing consistency in talent. And I think the coach of the academy must be commended. You have seen in the past players come into the fore who are not ready. But you're seeing in this system you're seeing players well oiled. You're
Yeah.
seeing a team. You're looking at the cohesion of that team. You're looking at not just the batting and the bowling, but the fielding. Something special is happening
Yeah.
at the academy. I have not been there, but look at the players and look at how they're coming through. It's part of the process as we transition to competition, and we all will push to ensure that the best happens all the time at the levels, the expected levels in terms of West Indies cricket and at the international level. That is always the level that you want to see the team dominating. And if you have the talent you need and you have the resources, we just need to get it together. Young Watara is enjoying his bowl here.
And BK Joseph calling for a helmet.
Well, he should. He likes the action.
No, well, I agree because it's a new batsman at the crease.
That's
He's
right.
not yet scored. Put another
pressure.
Yeah. Motara will be elated after getting that wicket of Imlak, so he will be in a more confident manner right now. Give him that support. Put an extra fielder. And this is in the air. Chance for a catch, but it falls in no man's land. Look at the excitement.
And it was that pressure
Exactly.
with the forward short leg and the close on short, the short extra cover, that created that pressure why he wanted to go over the top. And he could have been dismissed. Look at it. He launched.
And that's the power of flight. Take nothing away from it. You can even see in the replay that from the time the ball was looped above eye level, so did the head of Zainul Ramsami. And he just didn't stay down when he played the shot.
So it has been quite a long day for both teams, but it has been pretty much a bit of run scoring. In fact, we're on the verge of seeing 300 runs scored on this day. At 2:33, mark you, 62 runs were scored by the academy this morning. So when we do the math, it's telling us that 295 runs have been scored so far in the day's play. Contrastingly, yesterday, we had 423 runs scored in those 91 overs. But as we see, there are 13 overs remaining on board, but we are going up to 5:30. They have claimed, well, in fact, half an hour beyond the 5 o'clock mark, so we would not get through the 13 overs, I'm sure. It would be interesting to see how many runs would be scored by the close, so one could do a comparison, but it was clear that yesterday it was a run feast for the academy. And those two Guyanese batters, well, one would have gotten a half century and the other one 100. It is a little different in terms of the manner in which the runs have been scored. Pittman is here.
Pittman continuing into his work. And there was another lovely article on the Cricket West Indies website about the making of Kelvin Pittman. It's titled Humble, Respectful, Unstoppable. 3 words to describe the pacer. Say that when you meet Kelvin Pittman, you would never believe that he's someone who told Courtney Walsh she's coming for his record. And that's because the Antiguan fast bowler is soft-spoken, grounded, and a kind of person who just enjoys chilling with family and relaxing at home. With the ball in hand, though, you get the idea that he's someone who has spent years in the unglamorous trenches of sport, long before anyone was watching, working on his craft while inspired by the greats. And growing up in Antigua, the foundation of his development. Defended nicely for a single. So yeah, he grew up in Antigua, where the foundation of his development was family, first and always, while his community of Bethesda Village also played its part. He said that they always pushed him to do better no matter the circumstance and always believed in him. And when he fell down, they always gave him the motivation and encouragement to go out and do better. So as a lifelong cricket fan, Pittman's journey to the professional ranks began in earnest when he was selected for the Antigua under-17 side. And for him, it was a great feeling to travel overseas and being around the team. And he think that's what propelled him to like cricket even more and to put his all in it. And that's where he really started. So when pressed to name the influential figures who shaped his cricket life, Pittman was careful not to single anyone out, but one name he offered freely is that of the person we saw this morning who was sharing some words of wisdom, none other than West Indies pacer and countryman Alzarri Joseph. So, I mean, he has worked with quite a few people who have helped him improve his game and as a person, and he said the way that Alzarri goes about his game at the international level and even when he's back home playing club cricket or training with the Leeward Islands, it's something that he wants to mimic going forward. So from childhood, watching his players pull on the Leeward Island shirt was something he aspired to do. And now, Kelvin Pittman, fast forward to the 2026 West Indies Championship. He made his debut against Trinidad and Tobago at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's a beautiful shot from Ramsamy, straight down the ground. And it will go into the boundary for 4. No protection. Full length delivery from Pittman, and Ramsamy would breathe a sigh of relief after that shot.
This will do his confidence very well because it has been a diet of short pitch bowling from Pittman, and he played that one well and saying that I am here and I'm here to stay.
Yep, so in 2026 this year for the West Indies Championship, Pittman made his debut against Trinidad and Tobago at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And it came with a permanent memory of the match which brought him 6 wickets.
He has been really...
Yeah, he said that taking 6 wickets on his debut, he didn't think that it would ever happen, so he's really grateful for the opportunity. It's an unforgettable one, and athletes are aware that most fans don't know, have an interest in the difficult moments, but Kello, as he's affectionately called, is honest about the unseen moments on the journey to the highest levels of sport. His over comes to an end, 239 for 3. He said that this is something which I think was really important about the development of Pittman. The setbacks, the failures, long nights, the days where you train harder than anyone else and still don't see the results that you want. That's the hardest part of the journey. And staying disciplined and motivated along the way, that's what pushed him to continue what he was doing. Everyone will get the same opportunities, but once you make use of every opportunity and give it your all, that's what separates those who are successful and those who are not. Wow. So when his fellow Antiguans hear the name, as Motara continues, hear the name Kelvin Pittman, he wants them to think of a hard-working, respectful guy that always wants to do better and elevate himself. And judging from his work ethic, humility and respect for the game, the Antiguans have another son in whom they should be very well pleased.
Yes, that was well written. And Kelvin Pittman, you know, having seen him coming up from youth, one whom you'd be proud of. And that statement that he made regarding discipline and hard work and him being respectful, I think he will go places. You see him bowling here, bending his back to do what his captain requires of those short pitch bowling. It's not easy on a surface like this, but he has been a team man. So they have had now, what, the two helmets, forward short leg and the silly mid off or the silly point.
I think this should have been done from his
That's
first
right,
delivery.
from the time he came in. But he's still there, dashing it, in spite of all the players around the bat. Good shot.
A nice looking stroke.
And he comes down and he speaks with Nando. Got into position rather early back and then crashed it out to the cover boundary for 4.
Yeah, you can see that he's much more attacking than the previous batsman we saw. Loves to play shots. Even there, driving for a dot, but his reaction was one of not being pleased with the result.
Good test here for Matara. Matara really having a long bowl. He's in his 19th over. 2 for 84. And he would only get better and better as he gets the chances. The over comes to an end. 244 for 3. And we have seen 307 runs being scored so far for the day. All the wickets going to the spinners, the 3 wickets. Matara 2, Javonte De Pisa 1. All the pacers bowled tirelessly, but they didn't see anything in the wicket column. And with just about 6 minutes remaining in the day's play, I believe the captain of the West Indies Academy may just be wrapping up things with the spinners. We see De Pisa taking the ball and will be taking it from the northern end or the Players Pavilion end. And the man who has made a difference is Matthew Nandu, scoring 100 in this, his second first class 100. He's on 108. And piling up and amassing a massive 485 all out. Motara being given that task. And Ram Sami playing it well. He has been looking good, had 2 fine boundaries. And this time he drives, but would not get another because Pittman is out there on the cover boundary sweeping. And, well, they have gotten now benefited from an overthrow. They are uncertain as to whether to get another. So what should have been a single ends up being 2 runs. Kinol Ransami moving on to 12. And as we come to the end of the second day's play, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be happy with their work, will be happy with their response. But they still have a way to go, which tomorrow will tell, I believe. Motara completing his over, and it is stumps on day 2. Motara having 2 for 87. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in reply to 485, they're 248 for 3. Matthew Nando 110, not out. Tej Narayan Chandapal scored 59. Kevlon Anderson 31. But before that, Rivaldo Clark 180. And Amari Goodrich scoring 123.
So it was really a very interesting day's play. A lot of runs being scored on the both days. They won on day 2 of this match in the 2026 Cricket West Indies Championship. And at the close of play, Guyana Harpy Eagles 248 for 3. And we definitely look forward to everyone rejoining us tomorrow for coverage on day 3. At this point in time, we will look forward to the highlights of the day's play. And thereafter, we will await the interview with the player of the day. And as we take a look at the highlights, we'd like to thank everyone for staying tuned to Cricket West Indies via the YouTube channel, and encourage you, if you're in Antigua, come down to the Antigua Recreational Ground. If you're not, tune in via the Windies YouTube channel and look out for more exciting coverage from this live and louder production.